Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and welcome to today's stream. It is Wednesday, the 18th of March. Far out. I can't believe we are this far into March already, but that's a side note. It is also Hump Day, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Another one of those very important days on the working week for us working class folk out there. We are halfway through a traditional working week. Well, some of us are anyway. I have been out of action. It's good to be back though. I am not my usual self yet, but I will try to maintain the stream, maintain the rage as much as possible. But yes, welcome to Hump Day. If you are involving yourself right now in a standardized work week, guess what? You're in the middle of the week, and by the afternoon, it'll be all downhill to the weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yeah, there it is. Ah, you aren't a zombie, Woot. He lives. He lives. Yes, I live. I live, and I feel much better than I did for the last few days. Can I just say, absolutely out of action. I don't even know what it was, to be honest. Not a usual form of sickness. But yeah, I'm glad to be back. I'm definitely working, but not classy. That's pretty good. I might have to remember that. I might try to use that one. That's the constant tribulations of the working class. Definitely working. They're questionably classy, but we'll keep it. We'll keep it. I don't know what you two are going on about. This must be something that like a private matter on the side there. Plants a first flag, then fucks off or farks off. You're supposed to put the flag down, then colonize. Amateur. Didn't read the handbook. Not sure what's going on there. If we're talking about how to colonize, then fair enough. Maybe something we'll leave for a Far Right Fridays, if you know what I mean. Oh, there it is. First stab of the week. So I hope you are all well. Hope you didn't miss out or miss me too much and your fellow E-folk over the last couple of days. But yeah, I hope you've been well. I hope you all had a good weekend. Hope you've had the first couple of days to digest the working week and everything that's been happening around the world, which has been pretty fucking crazy. Oh, we're colonizing the chat. Ah, I get it. I get it. Now, are you guys noticing stuff that's there's comments? Let me know if there are comments that you say on YouTube or Twitch or whatever that don't actually show up on the screen as well. You know how I've got the little chat here? If you write stuff and it comes up on YouTube or Twitch, like I said, where you're watching, but it doesn't come up on this chat here, just let me know. I'm not sure if there's a moderator somewhere that's blocking stuff coming to my streaming service. So just let me know. Let me know. 4AS in the house. Yo, yo, yo. What's up? What's up? How you going? Hope you are well, 4AS. And can I just say, what a podcast we did on the weekend. I loved that. I love that little debriefing after the Nepalese elections. So if anyone's interested, we have a podcast. I don't know. Do I not plug this here? I probably don't plug this here. But we have a podcast, me and 4AS. It's called the Revolutionary Think Tank Podcast. And we had an interview with someone from Nepal just on the weekend, and it's coming out on Sunday. And we go over the Nepalese elections following the Gen Z revolutions that happened at the end of last year. So keep an eye out for that. We'll put it in Discord for you. No, you don't plug the podcast. Yeah, I'm sorry. Give up your baby whereabouts? Yes, what's going on here? I saw someone, who was it? Someone put in the stream chat, not the stream chat, maybe something else in Discord. It's probably you, Dilemmas. Some American military guy, you typical big beard, fucking tattoos everywhere. They hold guns and shit. And he was talking about BB's disappeared and he's probably dead somewhere. And Asmongold was putting out clips of all this AI generated slop of BB and BB's dead, but no one's announcing it. Yeah, there it is. There's the Revolutionary Think Tank podcast on YouTube. Go and check it out. Go like and subscribe it straight away. Yeah, it was me, the Valhalla channel. Yeah, that guy. And I watched a bit of it, and he's just like talking about BB disappeared to Germany, which we're all talking about like when this started, like what, 3 weeks ago now. And everyone was like, "Oh, what a pussy!" BB like starts the war and then fucks off to Germany. But like, no one's actually seen BB. Like, he's not rocking up to meetings and stuff like that. And so there's all this speculation at the moment that BB's dead. Like, Benjamin Netanyahu is dead, and like they're just not talking about it. In the same way that after they took out Ayatollah Khamenei in like day one, Iran like for 24 hours were like, "No, he's fine. He's fine. He's just getting coffee." But he was actually dead. So I don't know. I saw a video come out today where Netanyahu was talking, and it didn't seem to be AI, although it was very sloppy. Hey, see what I did there? But like, I don't know if he's dead or not. But that's the latest, I think, or the most interesting news to come out of Iran. Like, do you reckon BB's gone? Like, what could you imagine what the world would be like without lawyers? Like, could you imagine what the world would be like without BB? Hey? Everyone just like holding hands, singing under the rainbow. Was all the disappointing teeth, the disappearing teeth to the second one with the hand-eating pocket and out-of-date register. Oh, that's interesting. Disappearing teeth. Didn't see that one. The irony of the top Jews seeking safety inside Germany is not lost on me. Oh my god. You know, I hadn't thought about that, but you know, why not? let's go there. Why, is it too soon? Yeah. Thanks, Fuentes. We'll go there. But yeah, look, today, I don't know, like, I've got to catch up on stuff. Maybe you guys are probably, you know, incessantly across this type of information. I'm probably across all of the things that have been happening the last couple of days, but like, I want to know what's been happening the last couple of days. So I'm going to go and look at what's been happening with the whole Iran situation for the last like 24 hours, 48 hours kind of thing. And so excuse me if this is old news for you. And then like kind of, I want to have a look at like how the implications of what the implications of all of this means for, you know, basically the world economy outside of in the United States, who are safe on their and fracking oil supplies while everyone else is basically considering whether or not we need to have an oil or like petrol and diesel rationing throughout like the Asiatic region anyway. So like Australasia is down and out for the count, and we're seriously talking about like rationing out oil, and like it's having impacts on our financial system outside of that. I'm pretty sure that the most recent RBA announces to increase interest rates to control inflation is all about, you know, it's about the energy crisis that we're experiencing because Donald Trump has decided to attack Iran. That's right. You never thought it was all fun and games when he took Maduro out of Venezuela, but now it ain't so funny anymore, because this time, instead of us just watching from afar and being like, those crazy Americans, it's really impacting the global economy and is impacting Australians. Like, I'm pretty sure our interest rates are going up as a result of the fact that they're like, oh, we got to curb inflation because people have to spend more at the Bowser. It's like, well, what's that got to do with the RBA? Why do they have to raise interest rates for that reason? Fuckwits. But anyway, it's affecting all of us. So it's not like, hey, grab your popcorn, the Americans are going in to take out Maduro, and we all just sit down and like, you know, pearl clutch and talk about how outrageous it is that the Americans have these imperial ambitions and can carry it out with complete impunity. This time it's affecting us and the world economy, and we're going to have a quick look at how people are reacting to that. And then we're going to go to Cuba as well. Cuba's back on the menu, boys. You know how we've been looking at this periodically over the last, I guess, first couple of months of this year, and how they've made it pretty clear that they want to destabilize the country enough through economic sanctions that the people will just throw out the evil communist regime that controls Cuba. Well, I think push is coming to shove in that regard. Cuba's just had a big blackout event, and like it's just absolutely like it's crises. We're going through a crisis, so we'll have to have a look at what's going on in Cuba, if you know what I mean. Woozle, can they even have another election if he's dead? Question mark. I don't know. I don't even know the basis of that question. Tell me you know something that I don't, Woozle. What, they'll never be able to have an election again until they find BB? I hope he didn't go for a swim, because we don't find prime ministers that go for a swim and get lost. Dilemmas. Trump's not happy. None of the countries he slapped tariffs on want to help him. Who would have thunk it? Interest rates are class warfare. Who are you, Dilemmas? Hey, they are in class warfare. It's an attack on the working people of the nation. And for what? For what? Like, because petrol prices are really high? And what, people are just going to go out and start spending like crazy? Oh, we better control inflation by increasing the interest rates because people are spending more on petrol. Because they have to. You fucking douchebags. Such assholes. Should increase the GST to 15% or something like that. So every citizen chips in. I can never tell. First, interest rates are class warfare. Now we're talking about increasing the GST. Hey? I'm not following. But I'm sure there's a logic to that. So I'll wait until you explain that one for me. But thank you very much. In war, their constitution, postponement of elections during wartime to prioritize security. Oh, right. So wait, are you saying that if he does disappear and the war is still going, like that's it? It's just forever. We'll have like some deputy PM caretaking. And they'll keep the post open forever for BB. That's why BB's been around forever, it would seem. Because in their constitution, there's no elections during wartime. Is that why it feels like BB's never going to go anywhere? Is that the reason? Is that why it feels like he never dies? Well, let's be honest. He's probably not dead. But yeah, so I want to do a little bit of catchy-uppy on the last couple of days. So hear me out. But I think it's kind of important stuff, as Dilemmas has already alluded to. Who would have thought that the countries that have been kind of roughed up by Trump over the last year and a bit are turning around and like saying that they're not going to they don't want to move into this war? I will question this greatly. Okay, like what we've seen already after Greenland is like all of these EU countries mainly being all like, ooh, like kind of, beating their chests and like, we're not going to stand for this, you asshole. And then like when push comes to shove, they don't do anything to stop, Trump and the boys, the Trump regime and Supreme Leader Trump. They don't stand up to him, like to face him against an illegal war or an illegal abduction of a leader of an entire nation. In the case of Venezuela, everyone's just like, oh well, that outrageous Trump. As long as he doesn't do it to us, that's the main thing. So I would question the European leaders and everyone at the moment. Kind of like, time will tell, but I'm calling it now. Like, I'm going to question the fact that they're standing up to Trump and saying, no, we're not sending anyone in. We don't want to send anyone into the Hormuz Strait. Like, let's be honest. Last week, we were watching. Macron was actually saying that. He's like, we're going to send people. We're going to send our ships through the Suez Canal, into the Red Sea, around, and to open up the Strait of Hormuz. And now this week, it's all just like, no, we're not going to help you, Trump. Like, Macron just said that's what he wanted to do, and sending ships into the region for that reason. The British are sending ships to Greece. The Greeks are mobilizing. Like, all of this stuff is happening, but all the world leaders are like, we stand against Trump kind of thing. And Australia apparently has said that we're not sending ships. Like, I would suggest for the plebs out there, this is a bit of show, like we saw with Greenland. They were really against Trump for Greenland, but as soon as the next thing happened that they needed geopolitical support for, none of them did anything but suck up to Trump massively. So I think this is just more show for us plebs, us workers who are unclassy. It's just to placate us. Yeah, you stand up to him. We don't want to send people off to this conflict. And then in a couple of weeks' time, we'll be sending more support. It'll be support to, like in the Australians' case, we weren't sending anyone into the offensive, but we were sending people to help defend the UAE. So next we will hear we're sending ships to defend Australian citizens who are in the Gulf states or something like that. I'm just I'm very skeptical of this whole, hey, yo, let's stand against Trump kind of thing. I'm very, very skeptical because the track record is just, it's just not there. It's just not there. Autogeno, the modern erasure. The leader dies, but the G side rolls on forever. Yeah, it's pretty bleak outlook there, Woozle. Yeah. Auto side. Yeah, that sounds better. Yeah, auto side. Autogeno, auto side. Let's go with that. Dilemmas. Increasing GST would be another lever the government has to slow inflation instead of targeting borrowers. Or the government could just slow their spending, but that's not going to happen. See, I would like to say that, you're on the money with the first part. Getting taxes, increasing taxes a bit slows inflation. But like the government spending, I don't know. I don't agree with that. Like, I think they should ramp up government spending, to be honest. Like on infrastructure and stuff like that, not just throwing it into a fucking black hole somewhere. Hey, on the NDIS. Hey, has anyone seen? Oh my god, is this delayed already? No, it's not. Okay, has anyone seen the NDIS thing that what is it? Pete Zed and Drew Pavlo did. It's like our version of Nick Shirley taking down the Leering Center. Have to look at that. Yes, maybe that's a Far Right Friday thing. Have to have a look at that shit for sure. If it was infrastructure, I'd agree, but it's generally not. Okay, fair enough. Well, you know what? Fuck it, it is infrastructure. Let's go with that. Right, let's go with that one. Jordan in the house. Hello, chaps and chapettes. Good to have you. Hope you're well. Hope Joe's in the house. Yo. Glad to see you back. I've been lost without my update on the collapse of the Western economy. That's pretty much what we do at the moment, isn't it? Like my kind of revolutionary onset, like my whole dream for this stream for the last, I don't know, what have we been doing this for now? For someone help me out here. We've got to be doing this for like almost a year and a half now. Like, started off really revolutionary, really just wanted to like analyze imperial power and how all that works. And now it's just watching imperial destruction and decay. And we're just monitoring the empire all the time. But, it's necessary. It's necessary to understand what's going on. Woozle, given our maritime vessel numbers, we can't stand to lose even one. Don't worry. We got it covered. In 20 years' time, we're going to start making submarines. Don't worry about it. Next thing will be the Marines taking Karg Island. I believe 90% of Iran's oil passes through that island. Yes, I've heard this talk coming up a lot. So if you haven't heard, there's all this talk that thousands of Marines are being deployed to, I guess, the Persian Gulf. I don't know how they're going to get in there, considering that Iran has mined the Strait of Hormuz. So I'm not sure how they're going to get in there. But yeah, they're sending right now from the Philippines, I want to say. There is like a ship full of Marines, like maybe 1,200, 1,500 potentially. It's moving towards the strait. And they're trying to figure out what the hell these Marines are going to be used for. I guess we'll find out. Ravy baby in the house, ayo. Top of the morning to you. Hope you are well. Boreas been doing it for a solid year and a half. Stream has changed a lot since then, hasn't it? Hasn't it, bro? Hasn't it? I am hugging my loved ones. Good to have you, Jordan. KK online. Yo. Meanwhile, Trump, I'd be honored to take Cuba. Don't mind if I do. Yes. Captain, Rogue, how are ya? Welcome. Yeah, Karg feels with US soldiers. If it were my island, it'd be rigged to blow when it reached peak US capacity, but I'm spiteful. That's pretty funny, actually. You have to think, like, with all of the stuff that Iran has been planning for decades, as if they wouldn't have planned for Americans to like take over this island, which is very important for refueling. But it's not the only point of refueling, from what I understand. There are other places that people can refuel in Iran, but like it is an important hub of infrastructure and all these pipes go there and stuff like that. So if you're not sure what we're talking about, there's apparently Marines are on the way to be deployed. I think Jag mentioned this last week in the chat and said it's happening. I've got good word that the Marines are being deployed at the moment. And like, here we are, the Marines are getting ready, but like no one knows what they're actually going to be used for at the moment. From what we understand from someone like Brian and New Atlas, he's been speaking for ages about the fact that under the Biden regime, they were retooling like the American Navy to be able to intercept ships in like some type of China blockade scenario. And so like the Marines could just be being brought into the theater to kind of take out shipping, because the Iranians are obviously enjoying shipping still going through the Strait, and they're allowing ships to go through as long as you are friendly with the Iranians. So they keep saying. So China's getting its oil. Apparently there's been a deal reached with India and Iran, and they were letting some ships through recently. I think France and Italy are both in negotiations with Iran to get ships through. So it would seem like some people are taking initiative into their own hands and trying to negotiate with the Iranians. And like Trump is not liking that. It's not liking that at all. Marines are an expeditionary force. If they're going, it's probably an amphibious assault on the island. That's right. Something banks, something crypto rails, something passed by lawmakers, something interesting. It's very, very cryptic. Jordan, I remember when those Marine troops, they were in Japan before being sent. Yes. Wookie in the house. There you go. Good morning. Congratulations on the remonetization. Yes, just in time for the interest hikes. Thank you. And yeah, like, can I just say, actually, I have been remonetized on YouTube. So I've got to be, I guess, more well behaved. But like, I have like targets and stuff like that. So there is a little target here. You might be able to see that in your YouTube chat. And like, you know, I can get money raised through super chats now and all that sort of stuff. I haven't monetized the stream yet because I'm just trying to test things out. So I'm not sure if you get ads on the stream or not, but like, you know, let me know maybe if you get ads or not. But like, if you are getting ads, like I'm not getting any money off them. So what's the deal with those targets? I don't know. Like, it just says like suggest to make a target kind of thing. And like a target, I've just set it at the lowest bar, which is like $2 or something like that. So like each stream, they're like, set a target for how much super chats you want to get. So I just put it at the lowest bar, which is like $2 or something like that. Makes man hair buns great again. Hey, yes, that's right. There's only one way to keep this luscious man bun going, and it's through super chats. I can't believe we were in, like, I got cut off for like 6 months, and then I had made a bit of money last time, and I couldn't get access to it. So it's like it's like I was sanctioned by YouTube. Like I had money there, and they were like, "You can't have access to this," and they closed the doors, and I was like, "Damn, should have pulled that money out faster than that." Oh yeah, did you get the money? Yeah, finally. I've got access to it now. But I still can't get it because I'm doing paperwork. So like, you know, whatever. It's open again. 5 super chats and you let the curls out? That's fucking hilarious. Did you say curls or girls? Hey, you want to see the puppies? YouTube fly kicked the man bun comment. Oh, really? Do it, E. Do it for the boys. Get the curls out. I got the curls out like a few weeks ago, and it was just too much for people, I think. Mr. E, you be a special agent. Yes, I am. Don't tell anyone. Shh, please. If it was the 82 Airborne or something similar, it would have been for a main invasion. Interesting. Well, it's not. It's the Marines. I'd like, again, if it's true that they've been repurposed for, what do they call it? Interdicting ships? Interdicting? Like, basically, for piracy. Hey, if they've been repurposed for piracy on the high seas, then, you know, maybe that's what's going on here. Because there's been a lot of speculation, right? People are like, well, why the fuck? I get it. Like, the world economy's gone down. Like, what the fuck? Oh my God, the target. Someone hit the target already. It's $2 for the bun. Thank you. Actually, I'm going to look on YouTube to see how that looks. Goal achieved. Thanks to the participants. Just achieved the goal. There we go. Woozle in the house. And so, like, I'm supposed to do something. Like, I was watching their little YouTube videos and like, what should you do when somebody hits you up for super chats? And I have to shout you out and make you feel special. Woozle, I hope you feel special. To shout you out, because I never shout anyone out, but I'm gonna make you feel special. Hey, for the bun. This bun's for you, baby. Oh my god. I just found out a glitch was causing me not to get any payments. They fixed it this morning just in time for my account to be in the negative. Yeah, from Senna. Yeah, thanks. Special. Yeah, Woozle. Thank you very much. I've hit my daily target. No more YouTube videos for me. Hey? Yes, shouts out for the donos. Thank you. Woozle, our special agent. Keeping us alive. There it is. But yeah, as I was saying, I think people are questioning why the fuck is shipping completely choked at the Hormuz Strait, but like Iran is just letting people through and America's letting that happen. Why is the US letting that happen? I thought this was all out war. They had basically annihilated the entirety of Iran. Iran doesn't exist anymore. Trump has basically declared war, but like stuff still getting through the strait. Like what's going on there? Hey, Trump, Supreme Leader Trump, the Trump regime, what's going on there? And so like maybe that's what we're going to see what the Marines are being used for. Maybe not this little Karg island that everyone's banking on. But they're just going to start like, yeah, piracy on the high seas. Let's get that stuff going again. Pirates of the Persian Gulf. Fuck the Caribbean, bro. Let's do Pirates of the Persian Gulf. 2 months, I should be getting paid. Well, I hope that works out for you. Centrelink is a nightmare. Good luck to you. Unless the US are co-opting ally ships. I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. Make Iran great again, of course. Yeah, of course. All right, bring back the Shah. All right. I need to figure this out. And I want to know what the story is about all the foreign leaders, all the allies who are rejecting Trump. So we're going to go to everybody's favorite because it's just a great acronym, apparently. We're going straight to the BBC. Yes, you can say it. You can meme it up. Mystery loves BBC. In and around the stream. So US allies reject Trump's appeal to send warships to the Strait of Hormuz. Let's get the story from the BBC, shall we? Woozle, I've been such a sook about it all morning, crying on the phone to them. Well, if you are just crying and you're not incredibly angry and yelling profanities at them, you've already won, I would say. Okay? You know what to do. He loves BBC. I love the BBC, all right? Called it a year ago, US will be a pariah with Izzy, big, beautiful country. $10 on the table. US outfits merchants vessels and tries policing the strait with them. US outfits merchant vessels and tries policing the strait with them. Yeah, fair enough. And that's what I reckon they're going to do with the Marines. I'm telling you. Hey, yo, you got Patreon? You're asking me like Patreon, like the thing where, you know, people can financially support and all that sort of stuff? Tagard? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I tried Google BBC, but apparently I need to show ID now. It's so good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Yes, I do have Patreon if that's what you're asking, Tagard. Let me put it in the thing. Now, like, if you are interested in Patreon, not for like financially supporting, but just being on there, like I can get an email list from there. So there's my Patreon. If you can financially support, that would be wonderful. But like, if you can't, could you just become a member for free? Just click the link, become a member for free. And then I've got you on an email list and I can get notifications to you. Dare I say that the algorithm doesn't always get notifications to you guys. So it's just a more solid way of me getting to communications with you. Like, you know, what happened over the last couple of days, like I was sick, I couldn't stream. Like I can get stuff to people better via email from Patreon. So let's do that. The government has gone too far this time. Can't have a wank, can't buy petrol, can't pay my bills. This country is turning to crap. I'd rather give money through Patreon than YouTube. Oh, okay. Well then look, by all means, like check out the link there. That'd be amazing if you could help out, to be honest. Now I just want to say one other thing, because I mentioned this last week, but I feel like I've just completely dropped the ball on this one. at the end of this week, I go away for a month. So I am going over to France with my partner. It's like a big family bash going on there. Important occasions, all that sort of stuff. So I said I would go with her as a, good and supporting partner. It's been a while since she's seen the family, and I've been over there myself. So I'm not going to be doing regular streams for like a month from next Monday for like 4 weeks at least. So just want to let everyone know, because I mentioned it last week and I feel like I haven't actually done a good job of communicating that. But like I'm going to try and stream while I'm over there, like randomly, like here and there at like historical sites, talk about interesting stuff. If the fucking Parisians are doing like a protest again, like I was there for last time, I'll go and fucking stream a French protest and show you how they protest like peacefully. So mystery French tour. Oui. Yeah. Yes, kind of. Like I'm going to do a bit of streaming over there, but like the times aren't going to match up very nicely. So like for the Australians, it's probably going to be in the middle of the night for you. But like, whatever. But like, yeah, regular streams won't be here for like the next 4 weeks. So, all right, I'll start streaming and take the reins. There we go. Enjoy the trip. Thank you. It'll be the first time we've had like a trip for years now like this. But yeah, just thought I would make sure I'll let you guys know. YouTube takes like 30% or something, don't they? Yeah, I want to say at least 30%. I want to say more than that, bro. I want to say they take like 45%, I'm pretty sure. That's just how it works. But like they all take something. Like Patreon takes like 10% or something like that, depending on when you signed up with them. Just the way it is. And keep your eye out in the Discord. Raver Baby's going to start streaming. She's going to stream her conversations with Centrelink. Document that she's not getting angry. She just wants a good service. This is bullshit. Solar Bear in the house. How you going? That's so lovely. Excited for you both. Yeah. And like the best part of it all, it's like I don't have to fucking organize anything. It's so good. Just stay with her family. Free accommodation. And they feed you too. So good. And I just like wander around like a 5-year-old because I can't speak the language. And I have no idea what's going on. Yeah, Ravy holding down the fort. Lots of people use OBS or Streamlabs. This is true. I use OBS. All right. Shall we get into that BBC? Because I know people love it so much. Get into that BBC. Oh, yeah. Let's do it. So what is going on? US allies reject Trump's appeal to send warships to the Strait of Hormuz. I'll stream afternoons on my Minecraft communist utopia. Hey, all right. There it is. Come join the real communist utopia.
President Trump has again criticised the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, for his response to the war with Iran. Speaking from the...
Trump had a rant on Truth Social saying that he doesn't need NATO or Australia's help in Iran. Yeah, that's what I heard as well. He was like, yeah, we don't need help. If they wanted to, that would be nice, but I don't need them anyway. The war is basically over. Hey. Get in, on, and around that BBC. Get it. Yeah, so we're about to hear a bit about that, shall we?
The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, for his response to the war with Iran. Speaking from the Oval Office in the last hour, Donald Trump said he had thought of the UK as the Rolls-Royce of allies, but...
I solo travelled in France with zero French-speaking ability. Makes things gnarly, to say the least. Yes, it does. Like, I can say, like, little bits of things. So, like, when I try, they're just like, oh, that's so cute. He's trying to speak French. And then they speak to me in English because they're all much more... worldly than I am, I guess you would say.
He said that he had been disappointed by the lack of support. It came after Sir Keir Starmer insisted today that the UK would not be drawn into the wider war. Our political editor, Chris Mason, reports.
A war now into its third week, with consequences both in the Middle East and domestically, and potentially long-lasting. And this is a new front line, the Strait of Hormuz. This bend in the sea between the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman is a key artery for energy, and right now it's too dangerous for very much to be transported through it. The impact of this is already biting at home, particularly for those reliant on heating oil. And so the Prime Minister has set out, for the first time since the war began, targeted support to try to help.
I'm announcing immediate support for vulnerable heating oil customers today, providing 50...
This is a big thing, right, for the British? Like, when people fucking, like, in the middle of winter, well, like, not even in the middle of winter, it's just cold all the time, right? Am I right? Like, fucking people die when they don't have, like, proper heating over there. Like, when I meet European people and they come here and they're just like, your houses suck. Why do you not have, like, central heating and all that sort of stuff? Or, like, even people from the States. And I'm like, put a fucking jumper on, put some Ugg boots on, you'll be fine. Like, it doesn't matter. But, like, for, like, Europeans where it gets real cold and, like, they need the central heating, like, people fucking die. Like, old people and stuff, because they don't have access to their requirements. So this is some big stuff. And guess who steps in when the market fails? Who would have fucking thought? Hey, the government. Oh, people need oil for heating, and there's a bit of a fucking constraint in the market at the moment, and so we can't turn to the market to fix this problem. So the government's gonna have to step in and give people fucking the oil they need to heat. What is this, like the fucking industrial revolution and people are running out of coal? Please, sir, can I have some more coal for the fire? Like, that's what we're talking about here. Like, this is it. The world economy is so fucking intricately linked now. When the Strait of Hormuz goes down, people in Britain are like, please, I need more coal for the fire. This is fucking mental shit. Like, the world economy is so delicate now. And fucking Trump, and you could say Bibi if you really want to, but I'm not going to go there. But like Supreme Leader Trump was basically like, fuck the world economy. Let's fight with Iran. Let's do it. It's going to be like Venezuela, right? We'll be in and out in a couple of hours, right? Everybody? Right? Yeah, I hope so. I hope it's going to be like that. In the UK, houses weren't prepared for heat, though. So hitting like 35 plus, lots of old people died. Fucking crazy. Yeah, Cuba's really horrible right now due to lack of oil. But, like, they had it coming. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they've always been under pressure from the US. But, like, the entire... Well, not the entire, but, like, a large section of the world's economy is completely now because Trump decided to strike Iran, right? Yeah, I'm not talking for free. We should be getting something for the trade, like improved manufacturing processes. I learned French for 3 years in primary school. I can still count to 10. Mystery, Israel has begun invasion of Lebanon as well, displaced around 1 million people. Yeah, and they told them not to come back to their homes as well. They said, we're not finished yet. They're going to clear the whole area out, and they won't let them back in again, that's for sure. Definitely won't let people back in again. You're gonna have to take back the coal, like, wait for Christmas. Yeah, I know, right? Like, if you want to survive in England now, it's like the Industrial Revolution time. If you don't have coal for the fire, you're done. You are done. My God. America to Cuba. Stop resisting freedom. I thought I was going to perish in those few 40-day heat waves. That was horrible. It was hard to keep the heart rate down in the weather. Yeah. I remember the biggest I've ever dealt with was, like, I used to have I used to stay in a place like Western Sydney, and, like, it was just a fibro shack at best, and, like, we hit a day of 47, and, like, that was almost unbearable. Like, luckily we didn't have multiple days of 47. I think it was like 40, 47. Then, like, it dropped down to like 38 or something like that. But, like, that was the peak for me, man. If it went beyond 47, I don't know if we would have been able to survive in that house for sure. My print shop hits 50. That's fucking mental, bro. That's crazy. I can't believe you can survive in that. Like, spending a day in 47. Like, that was it, man. I was done. Yeah, chefing, it was like 50 or 60 in the kitchen. with one pissy fan. Okay, yeah. I remember working in like fast food and stuff like that and being over the grill constantly. And you're like, you're surrounded by like 50 or 60, but you can step away or something when you're like in a fucking heat box and it's 47 degrees and you can't move away from it at all. That's mental. 55 in those last heat waves. I couldn't continue then without throwing myself in the pool every 20 minutes. Fair enough. Anyway, we'll spare a thought for the old British. They can't even heat themselves at the moment. Sounds hot. So hot. Yeah, so hot. What's that, Jag? Like, in like fucking 40 degrees is like 110 Fahrenheit or more, I think. I just remember it being hot in Texas where I was. And I was like, damn, this is like what it's like in Australia. And the Texans are pretty proud of themselves.
£3 million for those households that are most exposed.
This will be delivered
like
via local councils in England. In Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, it's being allocated directly to the devolved governments. But what about the war itself and the UK's involvement?
While taking the necessary action to defend ourselves and our allies, we will not...
Yeah, they were pretty proud of themselves. But they also had really cheap power in Texas as well. So I wonder if they've still got cheap electricity because they could just run the air conditioning. Who the fuck cares? Doesn't matter. But like, you know, if you couldn't run the air conditioning all the time because it wasn't just like dirt cheap, like you'd be pretty fucked, I reckon.
Not be drawn into the wider war. I want to see an end to this war as quickly as possible because the longer it goes on, the more dangerous the situation becomes.
What kind of bread is this? What is it called?
The Conservative leader had bread in a basket at a bakery in Barnet in North London today, with the Prime Minister accusing her and Reform UK of changing their minds about how involved Britain ought to have been at the beginning of the conflict. And then there's the question of what to do now.
Should we be sending British Navy ships to the Strait of Hormuz, as President Trump is calling for?
Well, the Prime Minister will have far more detailed security briefings than I have access to. But I do think we need to start...
Shit, my grandpa refused to run the AC. It was miserable. What is it with that generation as well? No, we'll be fine. Hey, we can do without. Exactly what my grandparents are like. Don't worry about it. But we're dying. Turn on a fan.
From first principles. Britain has protected freedom of navigation for centuries. However, I'm quite worried about the planning.
No one wants war, but you should stand strong with your allies. And if they ask to use your bases, then you say yes.
Well, he's right to tell Trump that he's not going to go at his orders. Trump started this illegal war that's caused the problem in the first place. But there is the national interest and the global interest.
So good. All of them are just like, well, it's outrageous that he started a legal war. But then again, it is an evil Iranian regime, isn't it? Hey, rock and a hard place there for Sir Keir Starmer. They all said it. They're like, fucking, it's wrong. We shouldn't be there. But then again, we are talking about Iran. Come on now. Nothing like working on a die at these temps during a heat wave, LOL. If I wasn't a factory worker, I would have diabetes by now because you're sweating it all out.
Make sure that the oil flows.
And yes, President Trump now wants further help in keeping the Strait of Hormuz open, but the UK is not committing to sending Royal Navy ships. Listen to this, the President publicly calling on Sir Keir Starmer to be more decisive.
What do you reckon this whole thing is with Trump and like Keir Starmer? Are they like good cop, bad cop kind of thing? Like Trump constantly shitting on Keir Starmer, saying he ain't no Winston Churchill. I'll tell you that much for free. And so like Trump basically just shits on him when he doesn't get what he wants, and Keir Starmer's like, you know, charmingly befuddled. Well, we're doing everything that we can, like kind of thing. And like they just go back and forth, and Keir Starmer looks like he's not committing the UK to any real war, but like in the background he's sending, you know, planes over, sending ships over, and like everybody's just supposed to pretend like nothing's happening. I wonder what's going on there. Keir is just a poodle for Trump, but like Trump's just shitting on him. Like he's like just constantly saying that he sucks And Keir Starmer still just, I don't know, gives him what he wants in the end. It's kind of weird. God, he doesn't spark any enthusiasm, Keir. Yeah, he's pretty bland, that's for sure. A perfect neoliberal politician, do you reckon? Absolutely inglorious. Just there to fucking help pass through legislation and rules for the fucking economic elite.
Prime Minister of UK, United Kingdom, yesterday told me I'm meeting with my team to make a determination. I said, you don't need to meet it with the team. You're the Prime Minister. You can make your own. Why do you have to meet with your team to find out whether or not you're going to send
Because not everyone's fucking Supreme Leader Trump, all right, bro. Calm the fuck down. Listen to him. Why do you have to meet with your team? You're a Prime Minister. Hey? Slamming. Sorry, you're assuming Keir is a man of conviction and principle. He's not? Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I stand corrected. Did you see other clips from this press conference? One of his best? No, but I've got some other clips from it. I haven't actually gone through them all yet. Like, what are you referring to? God, I heard there's some real gold in there. My God. He's had a few good ones over the last couple of days. There's another one where he's like speaking with JD Vance and Rubio, and there's like the president. No, someone from Ireland is there. Or someone from Europe anyway. And he's like, he's not doing well. He's flying off the handles. Keir, the permanently startled man. Charmingly befuddled. That's what it is. It's the British way, like Hugh Grant. The irony of USA's asking the UK for help when the UK asked for USA help in World War II. Well, it is pretty funny. Like, no one... Okay, I'm sure there are people. But, like, why are more people not calling out the fact that Trump is really, like... It looks fucking desperate as fuck at the moment. Why aren't the media all over that like a rash? Like, this is the guy. It's like, he said last week that he's won the war and he's completely annihilated Iran. Now he needs other people to send ships over to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Like, what's going on there? Hey? Is he playing us? Yeah, he was dropping bombs about the guy who is dying, but he needs his votes? Oh my God. I haven't seen that clip. I don't think I've got that clip either. If you find something, I'll be happy to play it. It's like some of the best of Trump, right? From 2026, Trump's finest moments. You got to enjoy them where you can get it. In between all the bullshit. You posted it in Discord? Oh, okay. Whereabouts? General chat, maybe? Near the Red Dog post? That was hilarious. I haven't seen Ninja Nurse in a while. He's putting some gold in there. We really need that other angle, though, where you can see his facial expressions. Okay. Tell me what channel you posted it in. Anyway. Back to this guy, Rogue. The Rogue state.
So you can make your own. Why do you have to meet with your team to find out whether or not you're going to send some minesweepers to us or to send some boats?
And having said it once this afternoon, he said it again this evening.
The UK, which we sort of considered the Rolls-Royce of allies, right? Wouldn't you say? They were the oldest and they were going to be there. And I say it would be really helpful if you'd send over a couple of ships, and if you have some minesweepers, which they do, it'd be very helpful. And the Prime Minister is a nice man. I think he's a very nice guy. He says, well, I'd like to ask my team.
So what is the UK
upset.
willing to
do? The British are a bit weary at the moment. Hey, he said the same thing twice. That's consistency from Trump. They're really nervous now. That means he's fucking upset. He's pissed off, Trump. Said the same thing twice and coherently for this senile douchebag.
He's got a majority of 2. I don't like to say 1 because it varies, but between 1, 2, and 3. And I think you're the only man that's ever lived that's able to be very happy about it. And the Speaker of the House, he's got the easiest job of anybody in government. He's got a majority.
So you don't know.
He's got a majority of 2. I don't like to say 1 because it varies, but
watch this one instead. Okay. He's off chops already. Oh, this is from the same conference. He would be dead by June. Trump, Johnson, Revel, Florida rep, done. Had terminal diagnosis. What? And they're laughing about it. Jesus. He's fucking unhinged.
The Speaker has got the easiest job of anybody in government. He's got a majority of 2. I don't like to say 1 because it varies, but between 1, 2, and 3.
He has no sense of.
And I think you're the only man that's ever lived that's able to be very happy about it. In fact, when we get up to 3, you know, every once in a while we get up to 3. Actually, for a period of time, we had it up to 4, and then we had a death. And death is very bad when you're the Speaker and you have a majority of 2 or 3. But we had a death, and then we had another death, and we had some things, and it's. But we're looking very strong. We had one man who was very ill. It looked like he wasn't going to make it. I don't know. I won't mention his name. Should I? Do other people know his name? Do you want to mention it? He'll be proud. Go ahead. Tell him the story.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Congressman Neil Dunn of Florida had some real health challenges, and it was very serious, and had a pretty grim diagnosis. And I mentioned it to the president, and I said, Congressman Dunn is a real champion and a patriot because he's still coming to work. And if others got this diagnosis, they would be apt to go home and retire. And
what was the diagnosis?
It was, I think it was a terminal diagnosis.
He would be dead by June.
Okay, that wasn't public, but yeah, okay, that's it was grim. That's what I was going to say. I don't think
with a heart problem, by the way. This was a heart problem.
So
he loves his country too much. That's why he's got a fucking heart problem, man.
Long story short, the president called him to encourage him and thank him, and they had a conversation, and the president mentioned in the course of the conversation, you know how to get my doctors involved, and they did, and within a number of hours, they took him to Walter Reed, emergency surgery. The man has a new lease on life. He acts like he's 30 years younger, and he walked into the conference meeting, and we thought we'd seen a ghost. And I spoke with him over the weekend, and he's encouraged and thankful, and he thanks the president for his leadership and intervention, and thank you. Thank you.
He actually called Mike. Mike called me and he said, "Sir, we're up by 3, but we're going to lose 1 by June." I said, "Who?" Neil Dunn. He's a great congressman. Incredible. He called to say that he was terminal.
It's fucked up, man. Seriously. It is like we had 3 of those fucking Democrats. We controlled the house, and one of these pricks had to go and get a terminal diagnosis. So I sent in the best doctors. Like, this is how the American health system works in a nutshell right now. Not even like there's Congress people out there that can't get access to adequate health care, and the president's like, just to save face politically and in Congress, he's just like, I'll get him to go to my doctors, he'll be fine. The guy has a miraculous recovery, so fuckface over here, the Supreme Leader Trump can boast about having at least the edge, up by 3 with his voting capacity. Fucking crazy, man, and they're just laughing about it. Jesus. All chummy and laughing it up. It's gross. So business. So business.
Really bad heart. There's nothing they can do. I said, that's bad. Number 1, it was bad because I liked him. Number 2, it was bad because I needed his vote. But he really said,
Number 2, my ass. Come on now.
Mike, I'm going to last this out for the president and you.
And yeah, what was his diagnosis? Dead by June. That wasn't public. Yeah, well, it is now, asshole.
However long I live, I mean, it looks like June is the time, but however long I live, I'm going to be voting for you. I mean, how many people are going to say that? Most of them are going to say, Mike, I'm retiring immediately. That's the end.
He's an extraordinary
man.
But
he didn't do that. It was really impressive. And then I realized I have doctors in the White House. The White House doctors are incredible. And they've helped me with other people. They're helping me with people right now. People that are very sick are like they're miracle workers. And I said, I have to call them. And I called the 2 doctors. They're both great. And they immediately went over to see the congressman. And he was on the operating table like 2 hours later.
Yeah.
And it was a long...
But like, what's the fucking story here? If Trump needs you, then you will get the best attention the United States can provide, and they'll do it in a couple of hours. If Trump doesn't need you, you can just go on the heap with everybody else and die. Back to the pile, ladies and gentlemen, for you. Fucking crazy. Hey, there's your supreme leader. Your supreme leader, Trump, who's consistently referring to Iran, the Iranian regime and the nation state, as an evil place. And this is the place we're talking about here. It's like, I needed the guy's vote, so I got him the best doctors America could offer. And I did it in 2 hours. Let that be a warning to the rest of you. If you need something from Trump, hey, you got to wet my beak a little bit, hey? Let me get in on it. Trump, I be fine. America is crumbling, but at least I'm fine. At least I got that extra vote. That guy can stick around a little bit longer to vote in my favor. Not so he has a new lease on life, but just so he can vote in my favour.
I asked that exact question of the Prime Minister this morning, before those remarks from the President we've just heard. You say the UK won't be drawn into the wider war, but you're willing to be part of what you described as a viable collective plan to keep the Straits of Hormuz open. What is the UK willing to do in specific terms?
We've been discussing this with partners, including European partners, Gulf partners and the US. We need to look at the options. We've already got autonomous mine hunting systems in the regions.
And would he consider further support for families here facing eye-watering fuel bills?
I'm not going to stand here and pretend to you that we all know what the situation will be.
Yeah, come on, my man. You have to go and pass away on me, man. Seriously. That was basically it. I need that vote. And I need it insured for a long enough time. So give that man a new heart. Take it from some of the kiddies on Epi Island. It's okay. America does have the best healthcare if you can afford it. What did you say before, Dilemmas? How much would universal health cost Americans? $1 billion a day? I'd be pissed if I was an American right now, because is that the exact number, the exact amount that they're spending on the war in Iran at the moment? $1 billion a day. This shows Trump's decision to war was not planned, which is even more insane. Do you really reckon it wasn't planned at all, though? Like they didn't really have this down in the playbook. Like they must have been planning for this for fucking ages. Like whether they planned well for it, or like they just didn't care about the impacts, which is what we're talking about today largely, is another thing. And to hell with it, fuck it, we'll do it live. Like that feels like it was the reaction. Like they've been planning for it, but like they just roll with it because it feels like they've got a closing window of opportunity, if you know what I mean. The Trump administration oversaw the decommissioning of the US Navy's dedicated Avenger-class minesweepers, with the final vessel in the Persian Gulf retired and transported back to the United States in early 2026. Well, maybe there's something else going on then. Have you been keeping up with the new Atlas? Brian thinks this is all according to plan. Yeah, I watched the most recent one. I haven't been watching all of his stuff though, I must admit. I just watched his one recently about the Marines and like how they're being sent over. It was planned, but they underestimated Iran. They were warned about closing the strait, but it said that Iran would never do it, so they never planned for it, according to the sources. Iran called Trump's bluff. People pissing in Trump's ear, rather? Yeah, I guess. Jordan, the war in Iran was always backburn project for the USA, not just Israel. Interesting.
In the 3 or 6 months time, we don't.
In other words, the Prime Minister, like the rest of us, doesn't know how or when this war will end and with what consequence between now and then. Chris Mason, BBC News.
The Strait of Hormuz is one of the busiest shipping channels in the world. 20% of the world's oil supplies pass through the narrow and strategically important waterway. That's about 20 million barrels of oil every single day. But now it's been all but closed by Iran. Our defence correspondent Jonathan Beale reports on how Iran is...
But closed. All but closed. That is such an important clarification right there. Such an important clarification. And they won't address it. God, I hope the BBC are going to do something about that. They better say what's really going on there. Why, Emperor, what beautiful fine clothing you have on. No, your pin dick isn't on display, I promise. There it is, Ravi. Savage. Let's not just blame Israel and remove the agency of the US. We criticize both here, right? We equally distribute the criticism.
Threatening the long-term stability.
Iran is not letting US allies ships through the strait. Yeah, so like, why is it all? But like when you hear the mainstream and Western media on this one, they're just like, oh, you know, they've shut down the strait. Well, like, have they? Have they really shut down the strait? So like, they are letting stuff through, eh?
Of the world economy.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard have been rehearsing how they'll attack foreign warships for years, near the Strait of Hormuz, which they've long considered theirs. They've been preparing to block it, hidden underground columns of small attack and mine-laying vessels ready and waiting. And then this warning to international shipping.
Every navigating from the Strait of Hormuz is banned from now on.
The US has been targeting Iran's navy and its...
Imagine getting that. Captain, did you hear that? Yes, I understand. Yeah. What are we going to do now? Israeli car? Because Israel comes first? Like bad foreign policy or a bad husband? Oh my God.
Mine-laying vessels. President Trump today said much has been destroyed. But has it all?
We're hammering their capacity to threaten commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz with more than 30 mine-laying ships destroyed. We hit, to the best of our knowledge, all of their mine-laying ships. Now they can put them on other types of ships, I guess, and drop them in.
Iran's produced thousands of mines detonated remotely by contact, sound or vibration. They include drifting mines floating near the surface, mines anchored to the seabed, others ready to detonate from the ocean floor, and limpet mines placed on a vessel, enough to deter most navies from helping.
We have a live and active surface threat, whether that's fast attack craft or uncrewed surface vessels, and we have a live subsurface threat, whether that's mini submarines or mines. You put all those together, this is a very high-risk environment, and not too many of us have ships that are really capable of operating in that environment, even if we wanted to.
Until recently, both the US and Britain had a fleet of small crude mine hunters stationed in Bahrain.
Yeah, apparently. Mr. A. Trump is playing 4D chess, so checkmate, noob. Hey? Yeah, fuck him. Fair enough. I'm missing something here, obviously.
For this specific mission, but not anymore. They've been retired in favour of autonomous systems like this to detect and destroy mines, as yet not tested in battle. The Defence Secretary says some of these systems have now been sent to the region, but it still requires a crewed mothership to operate the surface and subsurface drones. President Trump's warned it'll be bad for NATO if it doesn't help keep the Strait of Hormuz open. But for now, few of America's allies seem willing to put their ships in harm's way. Jonathan Beale, BBC News.
The Israeli military says it has begun a new wide-scale wave of strikes targeting infrastructure in Iran. This map shows US-Israeli strikes on the country since the start of the conflict. Today, a plume of smoke was seen rising from above an area in northern Tehran. More than 1,300 people have been killed since the start of the conflict, according to the Iranian Red Crescent. More than 3 million Iranians have been temporarily displaced, according to the UNHCR.
Like, just remember when we were sitting here, like, what, a month ago now? And, like, they were gearing up for war with Iran. Just remember that the whole reason, from the start of this round anyway, that they were going in was to solve the humanitarian crisis. Iran was killing its own population. The regime was killing its population to the order of, what was it, up to 40,000 people in a couple of days of protests, we have heard from some sources. Humanitarian crisis. And that is a humanitarian crisis, if you ask me. If any government turns around and in a couple of days slaughters 40,000 people, its own citizens, that's a fucking humanitarian crisis. And so remember, what have we done? Well, we've decided to fight that humanitarian crisis by making our own humanitarian crisis. And we've killed 1,300 civilians so far, and this is probably very conservative estimates, and displaced 3 million people. 3 million people. Think about that. Wherever you are right now, whatever city you're in, whatever county you're in, regional area, whatever the fuck, think about the scale of 3 million people being like, oh, I'm out of here. Fuck this shit. I'm going somewhere else. Where are we going to go? To Turkey? I don't know. Just got to get the fuck out of here. Go live with our cousins that live somewhere in the country to avoid Israel raining death down upon us from the skies. So much for the fucking humanitarian crisis. Such bullshit. Such bullshit. Shame on our government for abandoning our Lebanese family. Around 1.5 million displaced in Lebanon. Lebanon is the size of Greater Melbourne. The whole country. It's fucking crazy. And like they've displaced them and they've told them to not come back as well. They don't come back. They're like, displaced so they can get rid of Hezbollah. My ass. Like they want the territory. They're going to stake out a claim there as a buffer zone to protect northern Israel. And like those people aren't coming back. It's just land grabs. No one here supports the Iranian regime either. It does not mean we support the war. Yeah, well, like, fair enough. But, like, so much for the humanitarian crisis. Like, we've gone from killing, tens of thousands of people to displacing 3 million people and killing people indiscriminately anyway. Like, such fucking bullshit. I'll see your humanitarian crisis and raise you a humanitarian and fuel crisis. Yeah, pretty much. Global fuel crisis. Fucking pricks.
Iran has continued to launch strikes around the Gulf, including at Saudi Arabia, which says it shot down 60 projectiles overnight. The United Arab Emirates has borne the brunt of the attacks so far. In Fujairah, a fire broke out, as you can see from this satellite image, after a drone strike on one of the largest oil storage facilities in the region.
Look at that. Could you imagine being around there? You can see that shit from fucking space. That's fucked. Jake, but just think of the millions they will save by destroying their nuclear program again. Oh, the nuclear program that was demolished, completely eradicated, wiped off the face of the planet, hardest mission ever, so successful, everybody's talking about it, etc., etc., etc. That one that they destroyed last year in June, and it's back up and running. And Trump recently said again, he's like, they were a month away from making a nuclear bomb before we destroyed it. And they're up again at it. You're right, actually, you're right. They're fucking, who cares about the fuel crisis, the humanitarian crisis, when they're about to make a fucking nuclear bomb? You're right. Idiot. Keep on forgetting these things. Global poker match? Yes, and we're all the fucking chips, right? Windy, the weather site, has dotted line where the border should be. It already looks like Greater Isa, Jenny side. Interesting. Great. Trump thought that he could swing his dick around, but he's just pissed on everyone and like pissing off everyone, it would seem. Hey, Trump, make America great again, please, says Kagla saying. I'm gonna go with Kagla saying. Let's go with that. Are you new? Let us know. And like, tell us if you're being serious or there's a little bit of sarcasm in there one. I would like to know more. Ravy baby, yep. This is a Jenny on Arabs and we're allowing it. Well, yeah, we're definitely sitting idly by. It's not like we've done that one before. Captain Bucket in the house. How you going, Mr. E? Hope you're feeling better. I am, actually. I am. I'm not 100%, but like, I needed to get back to my streams. Hey, got to get back to the streams because I'm off next week for a month. And I was like, God, I wanted to make the last week. I was like so pissed off. I was like, I'm going to get through the whole last week and I couldn't do it. But here we are. We're back. Take out, turn asked out Trump asked out loud for help with the UK and Oz deny because they prefer to help in the shadows. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. Let's be honest. We'll like for the plebs or the governments around in the West are all like, oh no, we're not going to help out. We're not committing anyone. But then like silently, we'll just be agreeing to send things in the background. That's what's going to happen for sure. Jordan, remember, Mr. E, the UAE are also funding the war in Sudan. Yes. Yes, and that's who we're choosing to help, right? Australia is actually defending the UAE at the moment, who are also funding proxy wars in Sudan, which is the biggest, well, I guess it's hard to measure these things, but like before all this started, it was the biggest humanitarian crisis on the planet. Hundreds of thousands of people killed. I thought Saudi Arabia was doing it. Maybe the UAE are as well. Want to help the war, but not draw international condemnation. Yeah. End of Project 2025 is UAE and USA as the head of the table. You got to be well. Imagine go to France and making all her family sick. Yeah. Could you imagine how much love I would get when we do like you got to do, depending on where you go in France, but you got to do the 2 kisses kind of thing. I'm like kissing people, spreading the sickness. I won't be very popular. Mystery says only a month, being hopeful there's still enough fuel to fly home by then. Fuck, I was thinking about that, Wookie. I was actually thinking about that the other day. Like, my partner was asking me, she's like, so should we be worried about this? Like, you watch this stuff all the time. We're supposed to be worried. I was like, no, don't worry about it, baby. We'll be fine. And then, like, I saw all the banter about, like, the jet fuel prices just, like, boom. And, like, people are withdrawing flights now systematically because they can't get access to jet fuel. And I was like, fuck. Imagine if we got trapped in La France. I was like, oh, maybe I could make that work. I can stream from over there. I don't know about her though. She'd lose her job, and then we'd have no money, and then we'd be refugees. Holy shit. But yes, I have thought about it, Wookie. I have. This is a crazy time to fly, but we're steaming ahead anyway. Iran has said Pine Gap is a potential late game target, so we need to consider that. Is that true? Is that true, Ravy baby? God damn. Iran doesn't have the strike capacity to touch Pine Gap. Okay. Saudi Arabia are funding the other side of the civil war. Okay, right. Oh, wow. Lovely. Is this the RSF? I'm pretty sure. Rapid Support Forces. That's Saudi Arabia funding. Pine Gap. They'll strike them when pigs fly. Oh, Spandonks in the house. Well. Of course, no way it would happen. But the fact that it's been said should be considered. So they consider us a target. I think that's the fucking point here, isn't it? Great. We're a target. Bro, I remember the California government and the FBI had warnings of drones over there. Yeah, but like, remember last week we were looking at that? Like, they're really trying to play up the whole, oh, you know, Iran could strike us at any time. And we're waiting for that false flag to happen in the States to really drum up some good support for this war. Yep, Jordan, everyone immediately called false flag warning. Yeah. Captain Bucket, yeah. Well, yeah, that's the colonial plan for Israel, to make propaganda that all the countries that surround them are bad and make them look like the only good country, much like America and its neighbors. That's a fucking hard plan, though, Captain Bucket, don't you reckon? It's just like they're going to need a lot of good propaganda. Going to need a lot of AI generation. They're going to have to pay off a lot of influencers. So like everybody starts to think positively about Israel again as a state. That's pretty funny. Oh, how awful. Trapped in the land of, pull up the trailer of produce, drive away with a barrel of alcohol and bread. Yes, and cheese, you forgot to say. And really good, like cold meats and stuff like that. Yeah, I know. I feel awful. And they've got nukes, so they can defend themselves. Not like Australia. RSF is UAE proxy. And Sudan Armed Forces, like SAF, a Saudi, okay. Egypt, etc. proxy. It won't happen, of course, and Pine Gap is only providing defensive support, so it's not at the top of the list. If that's a play, they're failing miserably. As I said, Mystery, if America loses an aircraft carrier in the war, the nukes are dropping. Wow, it's a big call. And you have to think, like, why has Iran not like leveraged that already? Like, they have the ability, right? Like, Dilemma shared a clip on Discord the other day of the hypersonic missile and what it looks like, and you're just staring at something for ages, like, come on, do something, and then just like shoots through the area at like lightning speed and just leaves a trail of dust, like raises the earth before anything can react to it. Like, they've got this type of stuff. They could take out aircraft carriers if they wanted to. They could do a lot of damage. They're playing for the long game, right? Take out E. Did E cover the hospital tech getting compromised? No, I don't know if I did. See, I don't know. I don't think so. You might have to give us a link or something. All right, are we done with BBC here? I don't feel like I'm getting anything useful out of the BBC at this point in time. I'm going to the French. I want to get more European analysis on why everybody's dumping on Trump at the moment. What the Europeans have to say about this. Dumping on Trump. So what are the French saying? Near universal refusal. That's a nice way to say it. Universal refusal. What do the BBC say? The allies reject Trump. European leaders reject Trump's demand for Strait of Hormuz mission. So, like, the Europeans aren't buying it. No, we're not going to send people in to defend the Strait of Hormuz or open up the Strait of Hormuz. Definitely not hiding your missiles underground and then getting buried, LOL. It would be the Asian bases that go for it if they were going to go there, but there's no benefit. We aren't that impactful. Problem is, once that missile is launched, their missile launch location is compromised, yeah. It's not even the speed that's scary about the hypersonic. It's the speed plus the ability to change trajectory mid-flight to avoid anti-missile tech. That's fucking crazy. Like, the footage, you guys got to see this stuff that Dilemma has shared. It's fucking mental. Like, it looks like stuff that you see in like Dragon Ball Z when they're fucking fighting and they go somewhere and the dust cloud rises, but it's like a vertical dust cloud because it's just so quick. It's mental. Yep, Jordan, they've hit launches as they expose them at the entrances where they hit in the entrances and then close them. Captain Bucket, whenever you hear this country is bad because of X, Y, and Z, your consent may be being manufactured. Right. Well, maybe they're trying to manufacture consent about the US here, saying the European leaders are rejecting Trump. Maybe they're trying to make the case that America is evil. It's the real regime with a supreme leader that's destroying the world. I'd like to see him make a case like that. Let's go.
24. U.S. allies are reacting with caution or just flat out refusing a request from Donald Trump to help secure oil shipments through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has almost entirely halted traffic in the critical waterway.
See, like the other one said, all but stopped, and these guys have like almost completely halted. Like, it's just say it. Like, why won't they say it? Why wouldn't they just say, look, the Strait of Hormuz has been closed off to everyone but those who are friendly with Iran. Why won't the Western media say that? Why is it so scary for people to know that Iran has shut down the strait but is allowing friendly vessels to go through? Why can't they say that? What are they scared of?
Which usually accounts for about 20% of the world's oil exports, sending crude prices soaring across the globe. Early in the day, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer said his country would not be drawn into a wider war. France has been non-committal, while Germany, Italy, Australia, and Japan have all said they would not help reopen the strait. Now, the sharpest refusal to Trump.
I love how we get mentioned in like the same conversation as all these like pretty important like countries, right? Like, why the fuck is Australia getting listed there with Japan and like European nations? Beautiful.
Request came from Germany. Take a listen to what the country's defense minister had to say earlier.
What does the world expect? What does Donald Trump expect? From, let's say, a handful or two handful of European frigates in the Strait of Hormuz that the powerful American Navy cannot accomplish.
No way. Is that true, Ravy Baby? Have you got a source for that, please? Mystery. American news sources have been compromised by threat of license removal if they report negatively on the war. That's fucking crazy. And meanwhile, in all of the Gulf states, you literally have anyone who tries to take footage of any of the drone strikes or the missile strikes that are happening in like UAE, Saudi Arabia, whatever, they can get jail time. They can get picked up and they get thrown out of the country, or they just, they get arrested. So there's full censorship in the Gulf states, and there's censorship in Israel as well. So you have censorship in Israel. If you talk about the war, don't talk about the war. If you talk about the war, you show any footage of it, you get hassled by state censors. The same happens in Gulf state. Same happening in the US. Is that really true? Yes, from Trump himself and the FCC director. So like all fronts, you have the US, the Gulf states, and Israel all censoring information. Nobody's allowed to talk about what's coming out in regards to what Iran's doing. And like we're supposed to just think that everything's above board that the media is delivering to us at the moment. That's fucking crazy. So much for the free press in the US. That's mental. That's the point, dude. The more military actions we involve ourselves in, the more recognition we get. Interesting. Pete Kegs Red said drunkenly on Fox News, please don't say bad things about the war. Say any good things. Like once you have like full on censorship from all sources like that, then like what's the point? Like everything that we're getting then from the Western media is just complete manufacturing consent. Like every piece of information you'd have to be like, okay, this might be the right information, but like it's the omission that matters. Like what are they not talking about? Okay, they might be speaking about the Strait of Hormuz and opening it up, but like what are they not talking about out there? Like all of the stuff that is happening really to US and its allies and proxies, its vassal states in the region. We're not getting the full picture. FCC chair threatens broadcasters' licenses over war. Iran war coverage. Get fucked.
President Trump is endorsing a new warning from his FCC chairman aimed at broadcasters over their coverage of the president's war with Iran. FCC chair Brendan Carr threatened to revoke their licenses over the coverage, accusing the media of running what he called hoaxes and news distortions related to the war without
good,
evidence.
Man. That's so good. Hoaxes, misinformation, disinformation. I'm telling you, all this stuff is about control. If they really were worried about like the right information, they just say these people are lying. They're not telling the truth. But like there's all categories of information dissemination that is not true as deemed necessary by the state for censorship purposes in a supposedly free and liberal society, and it's coming out here. It's absolutely like I'm telling you, 1984, Orwell would be fucking turning in his grave with this stuff. He'd be like, damn, I didn't realize they'd have this in such a sophisticated fashion. I need to update my book. It's so 1984.
Saying, quote, the law is clear. Broadcasters must operate in the public interest, and they will lose their licenses if they do not. To be clear, the FCC licenses broadcast stations, but not the networks. President Trump quickly backed Carr and falsely accused outlets of coordinating with the Iranian government to spread falsehoods, going so far as to say that outlets should be, quote, brought up on charges for treason for the dissemination of false information. Let's discuss with MS Now senior White House reporter Von Hilliard and NPR media
What a
correspondent.
threat that is. Like, they don't even have to do anything. Now it's out there. It's in the zeitgeist. Like, everyone just knows. It's like, be careful what you report. If it's not favorable to the US, like you're potentially cooked. You're fucking cooked, bro. It's fucking mentioned. We mentioned to gear up the population for the China conflict America is worried about. All these American military moves are being done to weaken China. Not wrong, dilemmas. It's coming. Venezuela, Iran. I smell an oil stranglehold. You listening to this, Jack? Hey, somebody. It sounds like what Brian at the New Atlas has been saying for ages. People are starting to see all the chips moving into place. I smell an oil stranglehold. Iran is small fry, considering the lucid. What's that? Oh, lucidities trap that we are heading towards. Finally saying the quiet part out loud. I sent the link in the Discord. I can't find the video. Oh, for what? Oh, is this his drunk speech? Oh, it's just a drunk headset. Interesting. All right. This is crazy. This is fucking mental. It's implied now. It's just like, look, we don't want to send in the censors and start picking people up for treason. But like, if you don't play ball on Iran and like say everything's going favorably, then it's over. Blunt clarity. We will become a minority in our countries. What's this? Tagard. That's for Friday? Oh, legend. Okay. Interesting. It's happening. It's happening. The great replacement theory is here. There's a crusader there. That's how you know it's good. Be careful of Brian. Sorry, be careful, or Brian will have to pull up the maritime oil blockade paper again. Yeah, look, I'm telling you, can you see these concentric circles? Hey, the globe is not flat, you dumb asses. Can you just look at this thing, please? This is how it works. Same as the Vietnam War coverage. Yeah, but I thought we'd come a long way. Don't make me tap the sign again. Yeah, that's Brian at the New Atlas. Don't make me tap the oil blockade a picture again with the concentric circles. This is how it works. Don't you understand?
David Folkenflick. Vaughn, these latest threats from the administration drew
YouTube was censoring Crusade. Wow. Getting hammered today.
Partisan criticism. Here's Senator Ron Johnson.
I'm a big supporter of the First Amendment. I do not like the heavy hand of government, no matter who's wielding it. So, no, I would rather the federal government stay out of the private sector as much as possible. And really, the federal government's role is to protect our freedoms, protect our constitutional rights.
So that is
this thing. The Iran and the hospitals. Okay. I haven't heard about this. Australian hospitals on alert. See, it's affecting all of us. I knew it. Australian hospitals on alert after Iranian hacker attack medical technology company. What's that? Striker? Let's go with Striker. In short, thank you. Australian hospitals are on alert following the hacking of a US multinational, Striker, which sells medical and surgical equipment. The Handala Group, which is affiliated with Iran's Ministry of Intelligence and Cybersecurity, claim responsibility for the cyber attack. What's next? There are fears that if the Iran conflict drags on, critical infrastructure like energy, banking, and finance may become the next targets. Hospitals across the nation are on alert after an Iranian cyber militia with reported links to the Islamic Republic hacked a US multinational that supplies critical equipment to Australia. On Thursday, just after midnight, hackers from the Handala Group announced they attacked Striker, a Fortune 500 company known for its medical and surgical equipment. The Handala Group is believed to be affiliated with Iran's Ministry of Intelligence and Cybersecurity, and said the cyber attack was in retaliation for the US Tomahawk missile strike at the elementary school in the southern city of Minab. They reportedly killed 165, most of them children. Health officials in Victoria and New South Wales have told the ABC that there has been no disruption so far, but security experts fear the attack is only the first in a wave of cyber aggression against American companies with strong retail presence in Australia. There are now concerns that as the war drags on, further cyber attacks on the US companies could also hurt Australian sector like energy, banking, finance because of the strong links between the countries. Interesting. So it's not like a direct attack. Like major suppliers from the US attacked cyber warfare style, and we're getting dragged into that net. Another blow to the global economy. The fragility of global economics struck again. Mamupa in the house. Hey, go on. Striker uses the stretchers my Ambo missus uses. Interesting. There you go. How you going, Mamupa? Hope you're well. It's so funny. Even their hackers are retarded. They've never got into anything compromising. They just erase what they can because that's all they can do. Oh, it's hilarious because they don't have the access. They just delete superficial BS like the website's face. Fair enough. Gold. They're a joke in the hacker world. Interesting. Data is a resource now. Very, very valuable resource. Can I just say? The new oil, some would say. Like, don't get me wrong. Oil is literally shutting down or affecting the world economy massively. But the data, though, that's where it's at in the new world economy. It's all about the data. It's all about the data, baby. Wookie, back to the Stone Age we go. All right. Let's get back to this one. Back to the French. Thanks for that, Ravi. That was interesting. I can't believe it. Like, it's just wall to wall now, from US to the Gulf states to is not rail. If you really want a story on this, you have to go to Iran and get their state propaganda and work your way backwards. So between US-controlled state propaganda to Iranian propaganda, find yourself somewhere in the middle ground and you might get what's actually happening.
Published there alone. We didn't start this war. We want diplomatic solutions and a swift end.
And for more on this, we can cross to our correspondent in Brussels, Dave Keating. Dave, overall, how are EU members and NATO members, for that matter, reacting to this request from Donald Trump to help secure the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, we need some Russia today. Yeah, I wonder whose side they'd be on this one. RT. LOL, like every event ever. Yeah, fair enough. That's a pretty good call, actually, I guess. Like, it's blatant now. Like, it's really like, look, if you talk bad about the war, you're treasonous. Like, before they used to just pretend that it was objective. And we just had to make do. Now we can be like, look, it's fucking propaganda. Like, it's so obvious now. If I lose my job due to oil prices and not AI, I'ma be pissed. Yeah, like, if the robots take my job, then, fair enough. But if it's just because of oil prices and Trump's decision to engage in this despite the consequences, I'm going to be upset. Yeah, that treason talk is next. It's next level, baby. Like, I'm telling you, fucking George Orwell, he wishes he could rewrite the book. I'm telling you.
We're hearing near Strait of Hormuz. We're hearing near universal refusal. We've had a meeting of EU foreign ministers today. It was interesting because the EU's foreign policy chief, Kaja Kallas, came into that meeting this morning talking about the possibility of the existing Aspides mission that's protecting shipping.
Bro, when you said robots, the screen pixelated. Now you know, bro. You're in the Matrix. You know it, bro.
Possibly being expanded. Now, that's an EU mission that's protecting shipping in the Red Sea from attacks from the Houthi rebels in Yemen.
There was some talk of that mission could be expanded over to the Persian Gulf, but that apparently got slapped down today, basically by almost every single country, especially Germany, was saying the mission of that Aspides mission cannot be expanded geographically to the Gulf or having its rules of engagement expanded. So by the end of the day today, when she did her final press conference, there was no more mention of that mission possibly being expanded. And she was saying that the focus today was on Ukraine, that the EU's emphasis right now is still on protecting Ukraine. Of course, she did also talk about the Iran war, about the dangers presented to the global economy by the Strait of Hormuz, that the EU is concerned. But we're really hearing European countries have absolutely no interest in getting involved in this. It's being widely perceived as Donald Trump asking the European countries to bail him out of the mess that he has created. He said today that the reaction by Iran to getting attacked was much more than the U.S. expected. He was saying that they did not expect the Gulf countries to be attacked. They apparently didn't make any preparations for the possible closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Europeans have really been watching all of this with exasperation and shock that so little preparation was made.
Are we kidding? It'll be two AIs fighting for dominance. Like that shit's happening already. Like right now, that shit is happening already. China and the US are fighting right now for AI dominance. Spandong. This is what the global hacker community thinks. Hacker world. Oh yeah. You've been memed, bro. Spandong. Join the club, bro. Me, you, and Dilemmas. We've been immortalized into e-stream law. And you've been memed, bro. You've finally been memed. Join us. Join us. Captain Bucket. Clankers will not replace us. I don't know, man. One day. One day. Yes, my first one. First of many. Two AIs fighting for our resources so they can achieve immortality. Who would have thunk? Apologies is said already. That the man who has never faced a consequence in his life, who's constantly bailed out, would start something he thinks he should be bailed out of. Yes. Bows? Yes. Take a bow, bro. It's a monumental occasion. Is that right? Monumentus, I think is the right word. Let's go with that.
For these eventualities, which after all had been talked about for decades as always a natural consequence of any war that would be attempted with Iran. Now, could this change over the coming days? We're not sure. There is going to be a summit of EU national leaders, prime ministers and presidents, here in Brussels on Thursday. As we see the effects of the strait closing, national leaders here in Europe are going to be keen to look like they're doing something to stop the out-of-control price inflation on energy and coming really with every...
Momentous or monumental? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Analysts are now saying that if this war goes on much longer, it's going to make the inflation that we experienced during the pandemic look like child's play. So national leaders are going to be eager. They're going to look for levers they can pull to at least look like they're doing something in response. And maybe sending some kind of symbolic ship over to the Strait of Hormuz might look like they're doing something. But they also know that the risk is that sending even one ship and having that ship get attacked draws all of Europe into this war. And that's what we heard in that soundbite from Germany's defense minister Pistorius. They're really outlining that concern that every European country has right now, that getting involved in any operation to try to free up the Strait of Hormuz drags Europe into this war and could actually end up prolonging and enlarging the war, because the pressure caused by that Strait of Hormuz closure is the biggest thing that might motivate Donald Trump to end this war prematurely over the coming days, maybe declare a victory that's not really there. And the risk is that
everyone just like so nonchalant about it. They're just like, yeah, Trump will just declare victory. And we'll all know it's not a real victory, but he'll do it anyway. It's incredible, isn't it? Like everyone understands like that story about the emperor's new clothes. Like that is just Trump, and everyone accepts it. Like, look, if we don't help out with the Strait of Hormuz, then like everyone is just gonna everyone's just hoping that will fuck Trump over, and he'll declare victory, and everyone will be like, yes, it's a victory, Trump, and then we can all get back to business. And like everyone just laughs about it. Like the only thing they're not doing is laughing about it. They're actually taking it very seriously. Hey, who's been memed now? Dun dun dun. Oh, memed by herself. There it is. Hey, that's a new achievement unlocked. There it is. Love the lip gloss there. I don't know the reference to this specific meme, but bring it on. Is that an Excel spreadsheet I see before thee? Hey, mission accomplished. Yeah, mission accomplished. That's so good. Is that a picture from when what's his name? Like Bush was was giving his little speech on an aircraft carrier or something. So good. And the entire world will be like, yes, Trump, you won the war. Can we just like stop the fucking fuel crisis now, please? Yeah, good old Bush. Bring me back. Those were simpler days. Simpler days. Simpler days. I have a feeling this is going to be pandemic meets the GFC. All right, we're going to get to that, actually. It's interesting that you brought that up because I want to analyze some of the rhetoric that's coming out of Australia about how this is going to be some type of massive economic crisis. Like they're predicting a recession in Australia on the back of this. They're predicting, the fuel crisis, obviously. We're having interest rate rises here. Like Southeast Asia itself is going into fuel shortages. Like you would have heard, Jag, if you watched the most recent one from the New Atlas. Like he was talking about like what it's like living in Thailand at the moment. They're rationing out fuel. Like this is the shit. Oh my God. He's been superimposed. I call AI on this. It's so good. It's so good. Look at him. Angry fuck. Such an angry prick. You mean they finally have something to blame the recession on? Their recession. Good language choice there. I like that. Hey, guys, haven't heard about radical lefties or wokies taking over since this started? What are they planning? Yeah, I know, right? We've been slipping for 30 years. At least. It's coming, bro. And they finally have something to blame it on. That's right. Clarice in the house. There you go. America saying that Iranian drones can now reach California. 4 American drones go missing from a military facility in Kentucky. Damn, where do you get your sources from? Some people have some juicy, juicy shit in this stream. Very interesting. Got to watch that space, eh?
The Europeans say, okay, we'll send you some ships. They'll be there in a few weeks. Donald Trump keeps the war going because he thinks that help is on the way. So right now we're hearing really universal no to this idea, but that could shift as European leaders start panicking about what's to come.
Okay, Dave Keating in Brussels. I know you'll.
Yeah, they are talking about the housing market as well. They are. Like it's a whole economy wide recession, this one. It's the full gambit. Not just a crisis in this market or that. We're talking about the whole deal. Follow AMK mapping. Good sources. Okay. And the politicians that know they can't fight an $11 trillion industry. You thought mining could buy out our media. You're talking about like fucking the property section. My God. The property market. Politicians won't do anything about our housing Ponzi scheme while they have portfolios. Yeah. Bourgeois democracy, hey. It's a fucking killer, isn't it? Who would have thought? Man. Have we covered one of Trump's guys resigned? No, we haven't. I would like to know more. We haven't. Let us know. Where do you get your sources? All right. Continue. We continue. I want to hear about Australia's, recalcitrance on this one. Why are we being so mean to Supreme Leader Trump and not committing ships to this conflict to reopen the Strait of Hormuz? Yeah, I blame our recession on the property market. Pretty obvious when you trace it back to the CTG and the gearing changes from Howard. Well, ticking time bomb, hey? Ticking time bomb. Let's have a look. Let's hear Australia's. What's this? Like a day old now? Australia's thoughts on this.
Well, the Albanese government is this morning ruling out sending a ship to help the US reopen the Strait of Hormuz. To discuss, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence Richard Marles joins us now from Canberra. Good morning to you, Deputy PM. So Donald Trump is getting very cross with his allies, like the UK PM, who, in his view, aren't pulling their weight. Are you worried about invoking the ire of the US president?
Well, I mean, look, we work closely with the United States as we do with all of our friends and allies, and I'm not worried about that. And Australia, in a whole range of scenarios around the world, absolutely pulls its weight. And right now, we are focused on our E7 Wedgetail, which is in the Middle East. It is operational. We've done that actually at the request of the United Arab Emirates. It's acting in defence of the states of the Gulf, and it's a very significant commitment. And
he already has a Strait of Hormuz snow globe. That's pretty good. That's hilarious. Clarice, former Tulsi Gabbard aide resigned. Current head of counterterrorism says that there was no threat from Iran and that we were pressured into this war by Israel and their lobbies. Interesting. What a thing to resign over as well. Is not real? Really? Come on. Hey, Mystery, when are you going to do the Vietnam economic case study on stream one day? That's a good question. I really haven't researched it yet. It's on my list of things, but I haven't had a chance to sit down and research it properly. I've got it on the list. I'm sorry. It's not a bad topic, I must say. There's just so much happening in the world now. Housing is the perfect asset to buy in Australia. If you want to store wealth... Wait, it disappeared. If you want to store wealth you've gotten from doing bad shit, it never goes down, always floats with inflation and rises when you store more of your wealth. Claire's only place that has entertained the idea of entering the strait is the UAE. Yeah, we threw our industries away to bank on it too. Now our housing industry dwarfs all other industries combined. Maybe we should make the Union Jack a little bit bigger on our flag for a few years, just to pretend we like Daddy Britain more. Previous comment, Mystery. Yeah, no, I saw it. I'm sorry. I'm behind the curve on this one. My house has gone up 70% in value in 3 years. That's insanity. It is. It is crazy. It is crazy. Yeah. We are built on shaky foundations here. That's a strong pillar that if goes down, we're all going to feel the pinch. Yeah, it's going to cause our economy to collapse. Some might say. But let's be honest though. For how many years have they been predicting that the housing market was going to crash? Honestly, how long have we been having this conversation for? Every year, people start piping up and it's the year. This is the year of reckoning. The Australian housing market is going to crash. Every year, they fearmonger on this one. Nothing's happened. So, it could be the year. It could. But, come on. I'm still waiting for that crash.
We've not done it lightly, but it is making a difference.
Well, I suppose Australia probably doesn't even have the naval power to provide any viable assistance. But when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, it's in our interests for this to be cleared as quickly as possible. We're seeing what it's doing to oil. It's not something that is sustainable in this country.
Well, there's a few things in the question, Sarah. Firstly, I don't accept the first premise. We have a really capable Navy. Look, the point to make here is we've not received a request from the United States in respect of the Straits of Hormuz. We're not contemplating sending a ship, but we've not received a request, and so all of this is a little premature.
Why wouldn't you contemplate sending one if it meant that it could provide some assistance and alleviate the pressures on oil?
Well, as I say, we haven't received a request, and when we get requests, we work. Yes, and we work through them in terms of
do we need to
what is the best way in which.
No, we just send ships around the world, getting involved in other people's altercations because we feel like it. Do you really need to wait for an invitation Hey, let's send our people over there and open up the strait. Come on now. What are you waiting for, asshole? So good. So good. That was the global housing crash, but we stuck it out thanks to our shit foreign investment policies. Any minute now, it's coming. The crash is coming any minute now, as they keep saying.
We can contribute if that is in the national interest, and obviously all the requests that we receive, we firstly look to from the perspective of what is Australia's national interest, and that's why we've walked down the path of supplying an E7 in the defence of the Gulf states where there are a lot of Australians. Clearly, it is in the global interest to see the Straits of Hormuz open. I mean, we just need to work through this in a methodical way, and at this point we've not received any request.
Some might say, though, Deputy PM, that you're not working through this quickly enough. I mean, we just had a farmer on literally minutes ago. They're coming up with their own solutions. They're asking people in the city to catch public transport, and for the government, state-based levels, obviously.
Like we've just shifted from like, why are you sending ships to the Strait of Hormuz? Do you really need an invitation from Trump to get that thing open so we can get our fuel crisis sorted out? And now it's just like, well, what are you doing, fuckface? Because farmers are saying that people in the city should be catching public transport and not eating into those precious fuel supplies that they so desperately need to put food on the table for you city slickers. Hey, at least the farmers are doing something. What are you doing, dickhead? Hey, you're not sending the ships over, are you? Hey, useless bastard. All right. Now, let us just take stock before we start looking at the Australian response to this and how this is going to impact the economy, closing the Strait of Hormuz. Let's just remember that all of a sudden, public transport is really fucking important. Whoa. Who would have thought? What, we don't need more toll roads, that sap toll out of hardworking people and just encourage people to buy fucking cars, gas guzzlers, and just sit in traffic all day long. Hey? And now public transport is important? You know what? Well, fuck you. We could have been fucking investing in public transport a lot more for a long time, but no, it didn't make economic sense. Government spending is outrageous, etc. And now public transport is important because the farmers are saying that those stupid urbanites, those cosmopolitan, latte-sipping wankers are spending too much of their time sitting in their cars. Fucking wankers. Hey, who would have thought? Public transport. Well. A farmer, yeah. Step aside, Miles. The farmers are coming out with the good plans here. You see who they sent the Aussies to bed, so they aren't a part of the war crimes. Yes, those farmers who vote national, bet all those that jumped on the 5% deposit are loving those repayments now. He shouldn't have to ask is wild. Yeah, I don't know how you guys put up with toll roads. It's fucking outrageous. I'm telling you, bro, it's outrageous. And we could have spent that money on public transport. Public transports are important. What? You should be able to buy as much fuel as you want in Australia. And if we can't, it should be a bipartisan effort to blame both sides of government. A bipartisan effort to blame both sides of government. That's pretty funny. That's fucking hilarious. And you're right. We should be able to buy as much fuel as possible, as much as you want. It sounds like a failure of the... Come on, say it with me, everybody. Hey, it's a failure of the market. And I get to say it once every stream. That's capitalism, baby. Oh, yeah. He just grabs you by the... And he have to ask first? And why should he have to ask first? That's his whole thing, dude. Tolls and paid parking are such a scam, true. Everyone start growing food in your garden, to be honest. And turn your lights off. Oh my God. Now the line is just to buy an EV. Yes, because I have a spare 30K lying around. Just easy to say, but people are desperate to get get a home and not be renting for life. Now they're also possibly screwed simply because they didn't get an early inheritance. When they said they wanted a free market, they meant free fall. Oh, that makes a lot more sense now. We're about to experience that, apparently. We'll find out.
Provide free assistance when it comes to that because they need fuel. You're releasing the extra fuel today, but how long before this actually trickles down and has an impact, and how long before even that runs out?
Well, as you said, what we've done is release 20% of the national stockpile. That's 760 million litres of additional fuel. We are working with those who hold it, which is the fuel companies, and it'll take some bit of time to get out there. But we're hoping that rolls out.
The fuel companies. Remember this. The fuel companies who hold our stock of fuel. I'm not joking. I'm saying this is a fucking free market problem right here. Eh? It's the companies that are holding this shit. YouTube really didn't like me saying I'd burn down the toll booth every time they rebuilt it. Eh? Looks like we got some violence that is acceptable right here. And it's against goddamn toll booths. I think we can all get behind that. We can all get behind that. Oh, yeah. Boomers living too long and not handing it over. Make COVID great. Savage. Tolls are so weird. We have 0 toll roads in SA. Bloody Easterners. Oh, I'm telling you, if we didn't build the toll roads, we just built normal roads and invested that money in public transport, would have saved us in a fuel crisis. Say the line, mystery. The market. Yes. That's the meme right there. I had one meme made after me last year as well. Sailor Line mystery. That's capitalism. So good. The market. Yay! He said it. If my parents banged earlier, I could have got a house. That's pretty much the sentiment though, isn't it? Hey? If only I was a few years older. Maybe I would have gotten the property market. And all would be well. I'd be in a rat race to pay my fucking outrageous interest rates right now instead of stressing about not owning a home.
Out in the coming days.
No mystery, you gotta understand the context. All right, Ho Chi Minh's, calm down.
We've also loosened the sulphur standards, which means there's an additional 100 million litres of fuel.
Has that been approved just on that, Deputy PM? Sorry to pick you up on that.
Yes, that has been approved. And that's 100 million litres, I should say, per month. We've loosened those standards for the next 60 days. All of that is about getting more fuel out there. And in terms of this, we are targeting the regions, places where there is greatest need. So we are doing everything within our power to see fuel get to where it is required. What we are really saying of Australians right now is to go about your business as you normally would. We very much understand the pressure, particularly in the regions where there are fuel shortages, that is being felt there, and that's why we're acting in the way that we are. But at this...
I was just going to say, is it possible for the ADF to deploy tankers capable of moving that fuel? Distribution seems...
Shut up. I have heard an allegation that Trump has actually not requested any assistance. Whoops. An allegation from Australia's defense minister that Trump has actually not requested any assistance from Australia to send Navy vessels to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Can you clarify this? That's pretty crazy. Because the way that the media has structured this narrative is that Trump's been asking everyone, and Australia's like, no, fuck you, Trump. We'll do what we want to do. That's a pretty crazy call. What the sad thing is that the fuel prices were actually low pre-Iran war. Yeah, like, you know, they were low. They were low. They were getting lower. That's for sure. Compared to what they had been. I'd rather pay $2.50 a litre than ride on public transport, LOL. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Tell that to the farmers, asshole. Ravy baby, we bought our place really young, and purely because my partner had landed a sales job at 18. He earned commission. I was 22, he was 23. I'd rather pay $4 a litre than deal with Iran at all. Savage. I heard Bowen hasn't even done paperwork to release the strategic fuel reserves yet. Well, not according to these people. They've already released some of it. And plus, public transport is such a joke on a national scale. Only for cities. It is a pathetic joke. That is it is shameful. Yes. The fact that they had any kind of say in humanitarian dealings at the UN was a joke. I don't drive anymore, so I use public transport. It's expensive in Victoria. It takes me like 2 hours to get to the city from a suburb by train. That's crazy, isn't it? No more Uber Eats. And you wonder why people like high-speed trains. Yeah. Australia's government, including defence figures, have stated no formal request has been received from the US to send Australian Navy ships to the Strait of Hormuz. This has been reiterated publicly. Minister said that that's not something that we've been asked. Donald Trump has publicly called on multiple countries to secure the Strait of Hormuz, pressured allies broadly to contribute naval forces. US contacted some countries, around 7, but it did not clearly confirm Australia was among them. Okay, so we haven't actually been asked. Because, like, she has been making it out like she's been like, well, why did you send the ships anyway? Even you haven't been asked for. Like, come on. Like, we don't have better uses. Both statements can be true at the same time. Trump, allies should send ships. Broad political pressure. Australia, we haven't been formally asked. Interesting. Okay. Regional Queensland is permanently cooked. Oh, wait, have the waters receded yet, KK? Or are you still in the kayak trying to get to work every day? It don't take so long because there are 30 stops on the line. Hopefully we'll be alleviated a bit soon. Well, just wait until you get power prices like SA, LOL. Yeah, we decided to build out instead of up and then built zero infrastructure for it. Greater Melbourne is about 3 times the size of London, but it's less than half of the population. Yeah, crazy. Urban sprawl, eh? Hey, you telling me? And it's all just riddled with fucking roads, highways, multi-lane arterial roadways. It's fucking crazy. Didn't plan that one very well. Yeah, the waters have gone down, haha, but we're due for more, apparently. People are saying the floods are coming and it's not over yet. Fuck. Just no relief. Is there? That's mental, you poor bastard. The town's going berserk. Started at ants. Staring at ants as the sign of the floods are coming. Is that a thing? Like, I'm not sure if I understand this ant reference here. And plus, urban sprawls tend to produce urban decay. Regional Queensland is now Atlantis. The floods are coming. He's so ominous. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It sounds very ominous.
To be an issue.
Well, again, when in terms of the ADF doing anything in a domestic context that requires the request of the relevant state governments, and there's good.
Ants will move depending on water in the ground. So like you literally can tell if shit's about to go down. Prior to floods, ants move to higher ground, generally drier places, like rooftops. Man, that's fucking mental. You're literally watching the ants. Shit. That's fucked. And society has failed. we're watching the bugs. Watch the ants, son. That's the only thing that can help us now. The state won't. Yeah, before a storm, the birds come and nest under my porch. It's how I know it will be bad.
Reason why that should be the case. But I think there is the capacity within the private sector and those fuel
But
companies
hang on, we
to
are in
get
a
the
crisis,
fuel out
aren't we?
there.
I mean, if you've got those levers, why wouldn't you pull them?
Well, as I'm saying, the ADF, in terms of the ADF acting domestically, actually the levers exist with states in terms of requesting that, and that exists for good reason, because the ADF's primary function is for the defence of Australia.
But you've got farmers out there who don't have fuel, so why wouldn't the states help them in that capacity if it's available to them?
Look, I think we're getting ahead of ourselves in terms of that line of questions, because there is the capacity amongst the fuel companies to get the fuel out there, and that is happening as we speak. And we are hoping to see that fuel get to the regions in.
We literally had the New South
days.
Wales Energy Minister yesterday tell us that the distribution is the issue in New South Wales.
Well, again, the fuel companies have that capacity in terms of anything that the defence might have to offer here. It is a matter for the states to request it, but actually I think the fundamental capacity to get fuel out there is going to lie with the fuel companies, and so that's where this is at. I'm not sure that defence is going to make a material difference to this in the next couple of days. What we need to do and what we have done is to release that fuel, and that's been a really important step, and that will get to those petrol stations in the coming days.
Jordan, you're off. See you later. Thanks for chilling. Good luck if you are in service of capital. Good luck. Will somebody please think of the farmers? But like what he's saying is essentially, and like let's just take this asshole on his word here. But like what he's saying essentially is like, no, we've released the fuel and now it's up to the market to get the fuel out to the regions. Like they have the infrastructure. They own the facilities, the places of business, if you want to get technical, that supply the regional areas with fuel. And so if there's a problem there, that is the companies failing to do what they should be doing in a market setting. Hey, who would have fucking thought? My God. I guess in a crisis, this is why things get nationalized and leave it up to the market to deliver. It's almost like they've got other ambitions, other things to think about. Is it profitable to send the fuel out there? Hey, at this point in time, hey, maybe it's too costly. Make America great again. NATO is bad because they go to war. Click. NATO is bad because they won't go to war. Who's that? Oh, Captain Bucket. Very good. Hey, you got this thing set. NATO is bad because they don't go to war. So good. Why the fuck is she trying to push us into the war? It seems like that, right? Like her questioning was before was like, well, if America hasn't asked us to go to the Strait of Hormuz, why are we sending ships anyway? And like now it's just like, well, you know, if we release the fuel, why isn't it getting to the regions? And he's just like, well, because the companies aren't sending it out there. And like, what do you want me to say, woman? Honestly. Like this sounds like a market issue. I'm going to say the thing again. Where's the meme? Say the line, mystery. The market. Oh, man. What, so they can turn around and say, of Labour dragged us into this war? Yeah, well, actually, why not, eh? Lives in a remote area, complains about lack of resources. What crap excuse do they have for not delivering it properly? Nothing's changed yet. Our tiny reserves are still going for now. Yeah, but like that's a good question. Like what has changed? Apart from like it's probably more costly to distribute it now. Because like to get the tankers out there, it's costing them more in fuel. I guess that's the issue, right? Very good. Stop being such a cunt.
All right, Minister, thanks so much for joining us today. Really appreciate it.
Donald Trump has criticised America's allies who won't support its efforts to reopen the Strait of Hormuz to help secure the transport of oil. Live to Lauren Tomasi in Washington, D.C. Lauren, he's...
Yeah. We already saw that. Thanks, but no thanks. So Australia, yes, is not sending ships to the Strait of Hormuz to, I don't know, reignite the global economy. But we haven't been asked to send ships either. Is that what I'm hearing from all this? Like it's a big fat nothing burger? Yeah, Australia's not sending ships because we haven't actually been asked to send ships either. Like, hello? Trump targets Macron as France refuses to join the war.
The man who was responsible for that was also killed yesterday. And all of the NATO allies agreed with us, but they don't want to, despite the fact...
Sorry, wait, what did you say? If that's really the issue with only 10% increase in price, then those companies need to be sued. That's not a legitimate excuse to interrupt supply chain to the point of it costing taxpayer dollars to fix. That's fraud. Man, if the shoe fits, just sounds like that's business, baby. And they're just going to push it to see if they can get away with it. And if they can't, then fine. They'll get forced into something.
The fact that we help them so much, we have thousands of soldiers in different countries all over the world, and they don't want to help us, which is amazing. I mean, amazing. And I didn't do a full court press because I think if I did, they probably would be, but we don't need help.
Could you imagine? I bet they're angling for a bailout. Fuck, that'd be rich, wouldn't it? It'd be like the airlines getting a bailout during fucking COVID. While they're still getting their the board gets their multi-million-dollar bonuses. We bail them out. And the fuel companies in Australia who have access, they have keys to the kingdom. And all they have to do is make sure distribution is maintained. And they're just like, sorry, it costs too much. Not happening. We need a bailout. So like we can maintain our monopoly control over Australia's fuel, which is vital resource in an industrial era. Vital resource. This isn't a luxury. It's a fucking lifeline for industrialized living. And they're just like, well, if you really want that fuel, then we're going to need a bailout, please. Could you imagine? My God. Shaw has added a lot of gold in that room this year. Trump likes gold. Hey? Supreme leaders love gold. Isn't that right? Can't we all agree on that one, Jack? Supreme leaders love a bit of gold. Ravy, he's looking puffy again. I wonder if he's due for a drain. I think Sam Cedar was tracking it. If they claim to be failing and not able to supply enough, we'll step in and fix it. But if we do, ... what? If we do, what? We should nationalize it, take it off the market, say it's bad dog. Say the thing. I'm getting wet just thinking about you saying it. Supreme Leader Smog. Is he implying just then that he will turn his soldiers against the base hosting nations? Question mark.
We've that war has been long prosecuted as far as I'm concerned, almost from day one. We knocked out many of these things. We knocked out the Navy essentially in a couple of days. But I was surprised to see that NATO, while they agree that it was a very important thing to do, they agree fully. Nobody said, oh, you shouldn't do it. They would have had...
Australia based in Dubai, Albo just said, no injuries. Oh, hey, can you link me? Link me, baby, if you got something. If you can, anyway. I would like to know. Is this our false flag? It's like, everyone's okay, but we're going to have to start sending ships now. Finally.
A nuclear weapon within 1 month of when we had the B-2 bombers bomb the nuclear potential. I call it the nuclear dust. I think NATO's making a very foolish mistake. And I've long said that, I wonder whether or not NATO would ever be there for us. So this was a great test. Because we don't need them, but they should have been there. The other thing is...
so good.
I think,
we don't fucking need them, but come on. Am I right? I thought we were friends here. They should just come to the party anyway. They can just watch. We don't need them, though. Just remember that.
You know, very important. We didn't have to be there for Ukraine. You know, Biden chose to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on Ukraine. And I guess the head of Germany just made a statement that, well, they weren't involved and they have nothing to do with the war. But
he's live right now. No links. Interesting. He's live. Let's have a look if I can find that. Oh, look, there it is. I wonder if it comes up. Look at my algorithm now. Eh? It's been poisoned by all these streams. Is he live? This guy? You're talking about this guy?
They're very humble. They are very engaging, and they are very interested, obviously, in Australia. And Mary's particularly interested, Queen Mary, Her Majesty, in Tasmania. She's very proud of her heritage, and I think every Tasmanian should be proud of Her Majesty Queen Mary and the fact that the national
in Tasmania, where the Prime Minister is speaking.
Convening the National Cabinet virtually. I'll be from Hobart tomorrow. And that will be about making sure that we deal with the issues that Australia and indeed the world is confronting, with the issue of fuel security, making sure that states and territories coordinate with...
All right. We've heard it. Might I get a clip later then?
at the same time, they think we did a great thing by knocking them out. Nobody wants to have Iran, or anybody, but nobody wants to have Iran with a nuclear, because these people are crazy. They're absolutely crazy, and they're vicious, violent. I mean, they kill, think of it. They killed, now I hear it's about 41,000 people. They put out a notice 2 days ago. Anybody that protests will be immediately shot and killed.
Are you listening to this?
Out a notice 2 days ago. Anybody that protests will be immediately shot and killed.
First of all, they're at war. And I'm pretty sure that's what happens during war. Like, you can't just go out into the streets and, like, you know, rally against the government. They have protocols in place, martial law, whatever. But, like, let's just run with the fact that, like, they're not at war right now, Iran. And they're saying if anybody goes out into the streets to protest, they will be shot and killed. Last year, I distinctly remember we were watching a press conference in some Texan county, and they were worried about people who were going to be protesting, like some No Kings protest or some bullshit like that. And the fucking the police chief or the sheriff or whatever it was, and that Texas county were like, if you fucking protest and you come near the police officers, we will shoot you dead. We will shoot you stone cold dead, whatever the fucking phrase he used was. And he was just like, and that was not during war, that was just people exercising their rights to assemble publicly, be outside and protest as well against the government. And they were just like, we're just going to shoot protesters if we feel like it. And this guy here is talking about the evil Iranian regime who is warning people that if they protest they will be killed. And like, you have this guy who has been sanctioning, if not formally, let's just say informally, with his rhetoric, them, like, American law enforcement popping citizens who are protesting. Look at what happened in Minneapolis. Like, they were more than happy to pop fucking US citizens who were protesting. And he's just like, fucking whatever. That's what you get for being a protester, you douchebag. That's what you get. This one, right? Oh my God, tell me you found it. How do you fucking... Do you remember watching this? The chunky copper, and he was just like, we will shoot you stone dead. Is this the chunky guy? Tell me it's him if you found it. Is this the guy? Yes, this is the one. This is the guy. Like, just remember, this is Trump's gauge for what is evil. Okay, somebody confirming that they will shoot people if they bother protesting.
Peaceful protests are part of our democracy. We invite people to share their opinions. The key word in that is peaceful. If you let it turn violent, you do not want to do that in Brevard County. And if somebody wants to know what I mean by turn violent, all right, this is what I mean. If you try to mob rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave, in our county, you're most likely going to get run over and dragged across the street. If you spit on us, you're going to the hospital and in jail. If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital and jail, and most likely get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs.
Big, beautiful dogs. So good.
If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at, because we will kill you graveyard dead.
Graveyard dead.
We're not going to play. This has got to stop. So, to make it real simple.
And so, like, this is when those protests were happening in, like, LA and stuff like that, at the start of Trump's Supreme Leader 2.0 evil regime kind of thing. And this guy's, like, out there just talking about if you throw stuff at coppers, we'll shoot you graveyard dead.
If you don't want to have any of those things happen to you,
It's so good. Spanong. Who is this chubby white Iranian? So good. There it is. Is this the new Iranian leader? No, apparently not. He's from Florida. I messed up. This guy ain't from Tejas. So good. The poor Popo victims. Look at this guy. We'll shoot you graveyard dead, motherfucker.
Go protest all you want. Do it peacefully. But don't you dare break the law, because it won't go well for you.
If you break a law, we will kill you. We'll kill you. So good. Thank you for finding that. And that's what this guy defines as an evil regime. Anyone who threatens to kill their population. Let's just remember that. It's all about the context.
That's pretty tough stuff. So everyone agrees with us, but they don't want to help. And
Well, got to give credit to Tagard for that one. Hey, nah, look, it's pretty good. All of those commentaries, so good. It's so good. He shoots because he can't run. That's pretty good. They have a black site with an alligator moat. What more do they need? A shark with lasers? Freaking laser beams on their heads. Damn, the Iranians are pretty right. So good. It's so good. 30 to 50 wild hogs on that podium. All right. I think I finally get the reference now. Filtered because I said fat man looks like a Christmas tree bottle green version. Well, you can't say that? I wonder why. Wild hogs. Send in officer friendly to Iran. He'll get it done.
you know, we as the United States have to remember that because we think it's pretty shocking.
President Macron has just said in the last hour that he will never join a task force in the Strait of Hormuz until hostilities finish. Yet yesterday you said...
Who said that? Who said?
President Macron of France. What's your reaction to that, sir?
Well, he'll be out of office very soon, so we'll have to see. You know, I don't know.
I wonder if that's a fucking threat, or he just doesn't like him. No? Fucking threat. What's this? Florida police. Oh my god. They shoot because they can't run. Oh man, so good. Don't chase me, I'm full of Krispy Kremes. All these people fat shaming coppers. Hey, they're people too, okay?
President Trump, on Dune Beg, you're building an extension to it at the moment, but there's been an objection put in, and it's being held back at the moment due to small snails. What are you disappointed about that?
Macron, he'll be out of office soon. What a fucking
President Trump. Strait of Hormuz until hostilities finish. Yet yesterday you said...
Who said that? Who said?
President Macron of France. What's your reaction to that, sir?
So good.
Well, he'll be out of office very soon, so we'll have to see. You know, I don't know.
Doesn't like the guy who wears sunnies at Davos? Who would have thought? I can't stop imagining him chasing down a robber in this bad boy. Stop, criminal. Engine whirs slowly. Pew, pew. Pew pew. Oh man, American cops, to be specific. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. I had to hear that. I had to hear what he had to say about Macron. He's going to be out of office soon. I wonder if he knows something the rest of us don't. I wonder if he knows. You know? You know what I'm saying? All right, let's hear Trump get upset. So we've heard all morning about like people saying that they're, you know, not going to help Trump. Let's see what Trump has to say about this.
And we're going to do a great job with the Trump Kennedy Center. Okay, yes, please. CNN. Hey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not CNN, I'm Daily Wire, but thank you for the question. Numerous countries have told me they are on their way. Can you give us a hint what they are, what that entails, how soon they might be there?
You mean who are the countries?
Yes, sir.
I'd rather not say yet, but we'll be announcing Marco Rubio and the various people that are doing that will be announcing. And we do, I have to tell you, we have some that are really
out of office very soon. Projection. Hey, he's got that deep state knowledge. Yeah, what's going to happen? That's what I want to know. Isn't Macron in just to keep even worse guy out? Yeah, kind of. I think that's how the French say it. They're just like, we don't like Macron, but we don't want Le Pen either. And they're just worried about, what is it? Dark forces. Is that right, Dilemmas? They're worried about dark forces from the right taking over the country. This Florida police. We will kill you graveyard dead. We will shoot you graveyard dead. I'm telling you, people. Isn't Macron in just to get over that one? The most anticipated obituary, BB number 2. I don't know, man. Can you really put one before the other there? It's hotly contested. You need to make him sound like a duck or increase play speed when the turnip talks. How do you call it? Turdnip talks. Thank you. When has any American liked the French, even though the French helped them win the Revolutionary War? That's a really interesting comment, Dilemmas. Eh? Yeah, they love giving it to the French, don't they? Very. Dark Soid. There it is. Revolution, Smevolution. The cheese eaters didn't help in World War II. Yeah, where were they? Hey, where were they? Can we do a Chris Hedges sacrifice zone video? Very relevant to how USA operates as a wartime economy. Is that one of the videos that you put in up here before? Which one? Sacrifice zone? Which one's that one? Oh, sacrifice zone segments. Okay. Yeah, you want to do that after the break then? I just want to get through a couple more things. And then we can do that after the break if you want. Just remind me. Gareth. Funny because the US cops are hired by the equivalent of council. Yeah, what could go wrong? Don't make the joke. Don't make the joke. America didn't have an entire village pushed into a church and set alight. We can't be dark forces in one nation. We are racist, remember? Oh, okay. Fair enough then. But what about Le Pen? She's a dark force, right?
Really enthusiastic. They're coming already. They've already started to get there. You know, it takes a little while to get there. It's like, in some cases, you have to travel an ocean. So it doesn't go that fast, but it'll go fast. And we have some that are fairly local that
Do you reckon he's bullshitting?
But
like, he's just like, oh, yeah, they're coming. I can't tell you who, because that's classified. But, like, they're coming. Our friends are coming. They listen to fucking Trump when he says something. Don't you forget about it. We'll make an announcement soon. They're coming.
We'll give you a list. Some are very enthusiastic and some are less than enthusiastic. And I assume some will not do it. I think we have one or two that will not do it that we've been protecting for about 40 years at, you know, tens of billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. So I'll be reporting that to you in the House and the Senate. And I'll say, why are we protecting countries that don't protect us? And I've always felt that was a weakness of NATO. We were going to protect them. But I always said, when in need, they won't protect us. Now, this isn't need. Need would be one of the big boys. But I will say that we built the greatest military in the world, and we protect people. And if we need their mine boats, or if we need anything, any piece of apparatus that they may have because of a situation that they have, they should be jumping to help us because we've helped them for years stay out of wars. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Can you tell us if you...
Like, he's saying like it's defense. Like, NATO is like a defensive or treaty, right? Like, come to our defense. Like, why does America need defending in the fucking Strait of Hormuz? Like, if you want to open up the Strait of Hormuz because you've fucked up big time and people are pissed off about what's happening in the global economy and you want like everybody else to come and band together to open up the strait so you can continue your war and not cop any flack. Like, what's that got to do with defense? Honestly, like we've spent billions of dollars, tens of billions of dollars defending these people. They will come and defend us. It's outrageous. Defend you from what? I thought you were talking about opening up the strait. I don't know if this really rings NATO requirements here. Yeah, okay, allies. You want allies to help you with a military operation, Epic Fury? That's one thing. But like calling it defense is fucking rich as fuck. It's rich as fuck. Did I read this before? It's good. It's an interesting point, Captain Bucket. France had their own revolutions throughout Nazi-occupied France during World War II. They also have the highest war attendance of any country in history. I wouldn't put them down, especially if they have nukes. Eh? Yeah, what's the word? An accolade? What a interesting stat to have. The highest war attendance of any country in history. Far out. My God. Belligerent French. Now, France, what if Trump does a Veni in France while you're visiting? That'd make a great stream. Yeah. Oh my God. That would make an interesting stream, wouldn't it? It's true the French have been known to enjoy a bit of jungle fever. Is it the best of times or the blurst of times? When I was a child, I wanted to be a baseball. Love the Paris, hate the colonization. We need your defense from the defense of our attack, please. Yeah, talk about mental gymnastics on that one. Spiritually, Israeli Defense Forces, Operation Pillar of Defense, Operation Protective Edge, etc. I'm convinced the Lamas is QAnon, but it's just a theory. Well, Trump is rich as fuck, so he's playing into his character. Not a member either, just all. Just all of QAnon. He is it, the Alpha and the Omega. Oh, man.
Spoken with French President Macron about the coalition to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Have you been speaking with the French President?
What does that mean?
Have you been speaking
I was wondering if he was going to do that. What? I can't understand this woman. What is that? Is she like Spanish or something? No, I think she's French, so good.
Been speaking with the French President.
What does that mean?
What the fuck?
Have you been speaking with the French President Macron about the coalition to reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, I have spoken to him. He's been on a scale of 0 to 10. I'd say he's been an 8. Not perfect, but it's France.
Are you
we don't expect perfect.
Are you confident that France will help with the reopening of Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, I mean, sure. I think he's going to help. I mean, I'll let you know. I spoke to him yesterday. I don't do a hard sell on them because my attitude is we don't need anybody. We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need them. But
I love when he's just constantly circling. Like, can you really put anything on this guy? He's like, I'm pissed off that they're not helping out. It's outrageous. We defend them all the time. They're not coming into our aid or assistance. What the fuck is going on? But you know what? We don't need them anyway. So fuck you. Fuck you and all you pricks around the world. We're the US. We got this. We got this. It's very childlike, isn't it? When like kids don't get their way, they're just like, well, you know, it's not fair because he started it. But you know what? Fuck him anyway. And I'll do it again. I'll do it again, you asshole. The last time you want to do it. The last thing you want to do is insult France. What are the thongs for? Not perfect, but it's France. Ooh, So damn rude. It's fucking funny though. I'm telling you, this is one of his better presses in a while. Yeah, it's gold, man. It's gold. So good. You know what though? We don't need them. Fuck these guys. And always twirling towards freedom.
It's interesting. I'm almost doing it in some cases, not because we need them, but because I want to find out how they react.
Throwing my shoes at him. You're
If we
such a fucking wog. Put your thong down. Eh?
ever did need them, they won't be there. Not all of them, but they won't be there. I was very surprised with the United Kingdom, because the United Kingdom, 2 weeks ago, I said, why don't you send some ships over? And he really didn't want to do it. I said, you don't want to do it. We've been with you. You're our oldest ally, and we spend a lot of money on...
It's the Rolls Royce of allies, apparently.
You know, NATO and all of these things to protect you. I mean, we're protecting them. We're working with them on Ukraine. Ukraine's thousands of miles away.
Oh, it's this thing. This is the shoe part you're talking about, not the wog thing. I thought you were just being a wog. You're talking about like Bush, and Bush ducks it like a machine too, doesn't he? Hey-ya! And the second one, hey-ya! He ducks it like a machine, eh?
Vast ocean. We don't have to do that, but we did it. Well, Biden did it.
He's really been shitting on Kia. He has.
Biden
Kia style
got taken to the cleaners. But we worked with them in Ukraine. We don't need to work with them in Ukraine. And then they tell us that we have a mine ship around, and they don't want to do it. I think it's terrible. No, I was very surprised. I told him, you know, we requested 2 aircraft carriers, which they had, and he didn't really want to do it. And then right after the war,
I don't use my arms to throw a slipper. There it is. There it is. Bang. Straight from the foot.
You know, meaning they were obliterated. He said, I would like to send the aircraft carriers. I said, I don't need them after the war is ended and won. I need it before the war. So I was very upset with, not upset, I was not happy with the UK. I think they'll be involved, yeah, maybe. But
he is just rambling at the moment, isn't he? I think you're right. This is a good one. We got Trump at a good time here.
Should be involved enthusiastically. We've been protecting these countries for years with NATO, because NATO is us.
Trump insults his allies. Also, Trump, why won't they help me?
You can ask Putin. Putin fears us. He doesn't fear. He has no fear of Europe whatsoever. He fears the United States of America and the military that was built by me in the first term. Yeah.
He's not wrong, though. Like, let's be honest. What's going on in the Ukraine is an American proxy war. Hey, come on, let's be serious. And so, yeah, they don't care about the fucking Europeans. They can just, like, I'm sure Putin just cares about what damage America can do to Russia via the Ukrainians. What damage it's going to do to their infrastructure. And how much it can draw them out in a war of attrition and cripple them in the long term. It's like an NRL interview. Full credit to the boys. It was a game of 2 halves. Eh? Well, before I needed the ships when we were in the war, but now we're winning the war. I don't need the ships anymore. So it's a game of 2 halves, really. And why are you sending them now? I don't need them anyway, so fuck you. I don't need them. Not upset. I was unhappy. Synonyms, man. He's on fire, bro. Unscripted. Not upset. I was unhappy. Let's just say. Hey, upset is too emotional. Unhappy is much more objective.
You mentioned the significant amount of oil that China derives from the Middle East. What is the status of your conversation with President Xi in terms of getting China to cooperate, in terms of making the Strait of Hormuz safe for those oil tankers?
Yeah, so China is a great example. They get 91% of their oil from the Hormuz Straits, which we protect.
Are you protecting it, though? Like, you can't get your shit out of there. I'm not buying this whole we're protecting the strait kind of thing. I don't know, man. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. All right, let's have a look at this. As Australia panics and the world panics because of the Strait of Hormuz, let's see how people are reacting to this. Let's see how the Asians are dealing with this. Our friends in the north. Apparently they're rationing fuel out. Petrol panic rises in Asia as countries put fuel rationing systems in place. Here we go.
Pushing through to the Bowser, motorists in Sri Lanka left waiting hours to fill up.
I'm here from 4:30 a.m. I don't know whether the children have eaten in the morning or not. They wouldn't have been able to go to school today. What's the solution?
An answer came in the form of a newly introduced mandatory QR rationing system. Under the new rules, everyone who wants to fill up will need to register for a valid QR code. Each week, motorbikes will be allocated 5 litres of fuel, with cars and three-wheelers limited to 15.
There are some people who buy and stock petrol. This QR system is good to stop that happening.
The amount is not enough, but with this there is some control. That is a good thing.
In Thailand, there are growing concerns after some petrol stations ran out of fuel.
Right now, I'm worried there might not be fuel available. Many stations seem to be running out. Diesel is the main concern, though other fuels are still available.
Some local outlets have been refusing to sell fuel in jerry cans or other containers. The strict measures have prevented this temple from refilling its tanks, meaning they would have to suspend cremations.
When a body comes in, there is no oil to burn. To have 6 people go fill 500 baht each would be difficult. Most importantly, they don't let us take tanks or gallons to fill oil, so we must refrain from burning bodies.
Even journalists aren't immune to the energy crisis, with broadcasters taking off their jackets in the country's hot season to try to reduce the use of air conditioning. In parts of southern India, fishing operations have been suspended as crews can't set out without cooking cylinders.
There's no gas. For 11 people, we don't have enough gas to cook even 2 meals. So now the boat is just lying here on the deck.
Other countries are also trying their best to manage the shortages. Vietnam is preparing to roll out the use of the bike.
I've heard though the Indians have just had like some type of deal with Iran to get oil in. Is that true? Has anyone heard about that? I didn't use QR codes during COVID. I'm sure as shit not starting now. That's funny. I didn't want to use my QR code either. I was like, come on, man, can I just sign for this? I don't like people stealing my data. I'm really anti-surveillance capitalist. Really. And like that freaked people out. They were just like, just use your QR code. And I was like, can I just sign, please? Please. I don't want people stealing my data. But think about the Aussie farmers. Yeah, look at these people. Like people are being actually affected. It's like, think about the farmers in Australia. Indoctrinating subbies. Indoctrinating in the house. How you go? Hope you're well. What does subbies mean? Has somebody been given subbies as well? Oh, Indoctrinating subscribed as a tier 1. They've subscribed for 8 months. Hey, welcome back, bud. Hope you're on the mend. Thank you very much. I am feeling a lot better. I'm feeling a lot better, actually. Thank you for asking. Razors in the house. Yo, what's up? How you going? Hope you are well. And thank you very much for the subscription. I do appreciate it. Helps massively. Help you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Reporters listening to Trump ramble. You've only been an affiliate for like 8 months? Yes. Yes. Is that like a statement or is that like more of a question? Like rhetorical, maybe. Maybe it's rhetorical. Let's go with that one. Yeah. Okay, wait. This is what I wanted to check. I'm sure it was something like that. I have heard reports that India has made a new deal with Iran to get ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Is this correct? No, I'm saying it's as long as I've been able to sub. Ah, right. Proof first. Ah, yes. Can't believe it's been 8 months. There you go. I was just thinking about it this morning. We've been doing this stream now for a year and a half. Remember back in the day? Well, this time last year, it was probably like, what, 4 of us sitting in the stream, chilling together, watching Trump, like, do some damage when he first came into office. I think this time last year, we were speaking mostly about, like, Doge and stuff like that. What Elon Musk was up to. What a change 12 months makes. So we need to protect your tax money. Yes, we do. All right. Short answer, there is some truth, but it's not a clear, formal deal in the way it's been described. India has been in direct talks with Iran to ensure ships can pass through the strait. As a result, some Indian flag ships have been allowed through the strait. At least 2 Indian gas tankers successfully passed during the crisis. But it's not a clear-cut deal. Indian sources say Iran agreed to allow passage. Some Iranian sources have denied any formal agreement exists. This is case-by-case or informal diplomatic coordination. Interesting. Iran has been restricting or threatening Western shipping, but making exceptions for some countries like India. Avoid military escalation. Interesting. Well, they need gas, according to our friends here, who can't cook food on their ships.
There's no gas. For 11 people, we don't have enough gas to cook even 2 meals. So now the boat is just lying here on the deck.
Other countries are also trying their best to manage the shortages. Vietnam is preparing to roll out the use of the biofuel E10 ahead of schedule. And Hong Kong says it will look at any increases in public transport fares to make sure they're still affordable. Amanda Robson, ABC News.
Very interesting. It's funny how Morrison had the media playbook on only allowing media to repeat the documents handed to them. That was when our democracy freedom went to yellow, or whatever they used to measure democracy. Yeah. And that was a very Trumpian move. Remember, Trump's done stuff like that. Like, in order to, like, I guess, control the narrative, has said, like, there's certain media that is acceptable and only gives press conferences to acceptable and favored media sources. There are only 2 votes to officially impeach Trump. Do you know what that means? It means no unlimited support for Is Not Rail or starting stupid wars like that. Yeah, it's like unlimited support. There'll just be constrained support from now on. Like, you'll have to make it look good as opposed to just doing it off the cuff. You got to make it look good. All right? People get upset if you do it. Otherwise, look at what's happened to Trump. People are very upset with him at the moment. All right, let's see how this is going to... Oh, yes. This is for you, Lop, Jeff. I want to see how Sky News are playing up this one to scare people. There will be no groceries on the shelves. Australia fuel is desperately running dry. This is a day ago from Sky News. This one's for you, Lop, Jeff.
Now, you and I know this is going to hit the budget. The budget will be blamed on the war in Iran. It's got a lot to do with Chris Bowen. And I tell you what, if I was the Prime Minister, I'd coat hanger this bloke out of the way.
Yeah,
and
coat
I'd
hanger
replace
that
him because no
bastard.
one's got confidence in him at all.
Yeah, look, I haven't had confidence in him for a very long time, but as you said at the top, there's a lot of blame to go around here, and it goes back more than 2 decades. We were in breach of rules, the International Energy Agency rules on 90 days worth of supply back in 2012. There was a report from the NRMA, which John Blackburn authored back in 2014, which drew attention to this. I can remember writing about it since then, and as you said, Jim Molan drew very big attention to this. So the many governments over many years have left us in the position that we are in now. And essentially what we're seeing in the regions is they're supplied by Tier 2 suppliers. So the Tier 1s are the ones that you're thinking about, Ampol, Viva, BP and Esso are the ones that supply mostly the cities. The Tier 2 suppliers are working really off spot market contracts. So the Tier 1 suppliers have contracts locked in. The Tier 2 ones were working off the spot market. The spot market has dried up now. There is no fuel, which is why the regions are running dry at the moment. Now, what we're also...
There is no fuel? But that's not what we heard before. There is fuel, but the companies, these Tier 2 companies, aren't providing it. I've just heard an analysis of Australia's fuel situation being said like this. The cities or the metropolitan areas are serviced by Tier 1 companies, fuel companies like BP, Esso. Ampol, etc. And the regional areas in Australia are serviced by tier 2 companies. Can you explain how this tiered system works for supply and distribution of fuel in Australia? Very brief response, please. Sources if necessary. That's my line, laughed Jeb. The market will always operate most efficiently, don't worry. And that means efficiently, if efficiency is, let's not supply the market because it won't make profit. It's not profitable right now, so let's not supply the market. That's efficiency. Actually, you know what? You're not wrong. Yes, that description is broadly accurate. Here's a very brief breakdown of how the tiered fuel system works in Australia. Tier 1, major integrated companies. Examples, BP, ExxonMobil, Ampol. Import refined fuel or control bulk supply. Own/operate major terminals and storage, supply fuel directly to metro stations, have strong logistics and shipping access, focus capital cities and high volume areas. Tier 2, independent distributors, retailers. Examples, smaller regional wholesalers, independent servo chains, servo, so good, it knows how to speak Aussie, buy fuel from tier 1 suppliers, handle last mile distribution, trucks to remote. What the fuck? Why is there Arabic writing there? That's weird. I don't know what's going on there. Operate many regional/rural service stations. More exposed to supply disruptions and price swings. How the system fits together. Fuel is imported/refined by tier 1. Stored in major terminals, ports and cities, sold in bulk to tier 2 distributors, trucked long distances to regional stations. Metro areas equal more secure supply, tier 1 controlled. Regional areas equals more fragile, tier 2, long transport chains. Who are the companies that are in this tier 2 system? Who are the companies that are in this tier 2 system? Why is it Arabic writing? You just said it knows how to speak Aussie. Yeah, but it did. It said server, and then it gave me this. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is going on? It's hallucinating. All right, major independent Viva Energy, United Petroleum, Liberty Oil, Puma Energy, independent retailers and regional chains, 7-Eleven, EG Australia, Metro Petroleum, Matilda Fuel Supplies. These companies don't refine fuel. They buy from major importers and run the service. 2-tier depends on upstream supply, tier 1 or import terminals. I have heard the allegation that fuel has dried up in regional areas. Is this the case? Or do we have an issue with tier 2 suppliers not being able to cater for market demands? Brief response, please. Bro, that is way too specific. You know way too much about Australian politics and geography now. It's for the Lakemba mates. Oh my God. Oh, it's too much, bro. It'd be smaller companies like Corbett's, Campbell's, Lintox, Liberty United, etc. Very brief answer. Yes, some regional areas are running out of fuel locally, but no, Australia is not run out of fuel. Yeah, I know that. Regional shortages are real. Some towns and independent servos have run dry. Have run dry or are rationing. Farmers and businesses in some areas are cut off, severely limited, but supply is still coming into Australia. Governments say fuel imports and national supply remain intact. Root cause, it's mainly distribution demand shock. Not just tier 2 companies failing. Panic buying has spiked demand massively. Tier 1 suppliers are prioritizing major customers and cities. Tier 2 regional distributors are getting reduced allocations, struggling with long distance logistics, struggling with long distance logistics. It sounds like it doesn't stack up anymore to supply regional areas. That's what I'm hearing. But I hear whatever I want to hear. Hey, I'm biased like that. Let's be honest. Bottom line, local shortages in regional areas, yes. National fuel supply collapse, no. Cause supply chain strain, panic buying, tier 2 dependence, not just a couple of companies failing. I don't know. It sounds like these pricks are just not living up to their, like they're tier 2 and they got to get the fuel from tier 1 out to the regions and they're not doing it for some reason. Can you give me a couple of plausible reasons why? Can you give me a couple of plausible reasons why the tier 2 companies are not providing fuel? You've mentioned long distance logistics as a concern. Why is this a problem all of a sudden? Funny that Trump is upset because Europe didn't provide support, while at the beginning of the war, he was the one saying that he didn't want their support, and now they are fed up and given up on the side of on the idea of supporting him. It's really funny that Trump doesn't know any limits to his foolishness and absurdity. He thinks everyone will listen to him just because he said, let's forcefully open the Strait of Hormuz. Does he think he owns that region? Well, apparently he does. Apparently he does. Here's the most plausible real-world reasons kept brief. 1, allocation cuts from major suppliers. Tier 2 companies like Liberty Oil don't control supply. They buy from majors like BP and Ampol. In a crunch, majors prioritize big metro sites, mining, aviation, contracts. Result, Tier 2 gets less fuel to distribute. Option 2, demand spike, panic buying. Regional areas have less storage buffer. Sudden spike, empty tanks faster than deliveries can replenish. Why long distance logistics suddenly breaks down? It's not new, but crises expose it. Fuel must be trucked hundreds, thousands of kilometers. Hey, you would have thought. A few constraints hit at once: driver shortages, fatigue limits, limited tanker fleet, high turnaround times at terminals, road freight bottlenecks. Even a small delay, entire town runs dry. Just-in-time system, low reserves. Tier 2 operators don't hold large stock. They rely on frequent deliveries. Damn, it looks like it's fucking hallucinating today. What the fuck is this? Interesting. So, like, there's competition now because the cost has gone up. And there's a potential constraint on supply. And so they are prioritizing their customers. The tier 1 is prioritizing customers. Mining, aviation, industry, certain industries get more of a say. Certain big metro areas get more of a say. And the regions just get left to last. And the tier 2 suppliers have to figure out the distribution, and it might not work for them. It's fucking mental. KK, our local Liberty is the cheapest in town, but also only lets you buy 100 worth of 91 at the moment. Interesting. Yeah, so the tier 1 are failing to supply for reasons, ... and tier 2 are failing to deliver for ... reasons, LOL. I'll let you fill in the gaps there. I'm not going to say anything. I've said it too many times already. I used to work for Liberty. We didn't make money on the fuel when it was $1 a litre. Apparently that's how a lot of, like, servos work, right? Like, they're really convenience stores and they provide, like, petrol at the same time. And that's how they make their money on convenience items. So I've been told. And why are there reduced allocations when we haven't even burnt our reserves? Yeah, what the fuck? Why? That's a really good question. That's a fair question. Mr. Art of War, how you going? because the strait is still closed and America has no viable way to open it in the near future without high casualties. Yeah. It's like they've committed to a war, but they don't want to commit to a war. It's a funny scenario to be in, isn't it? There's also contracts in inner city get preferences for fuel allocations due to demand. Well, that's what it's saying here. And like not just like metro areas get prioritized, but like mining, aviation, that makes sense, right? Aviation. And like contract obligations with more important people than regional persons. Who would have thought? There's a prejudice against the regions. Who would have thought? Spandog. So tier 1 are pants shitting early and not supplying enough to tier 2 and just always shit at delivering. Will this add price to the whole building industry then? Everything needs trucks and cars? Well, it's definitely going to do that in regional areas, apparently. More reason to join BRICS, diversify economy, and counter economic blackmail from the Americans? Yeah, fair enough. Or maybe like help ensure your own country's, what's the word? Not versatility, resilience. And like make sure you have this covered to a certain extent. It's not like we don't have oil in this country. We could ensure we have better supply and like not sign up to stupid programs like what we did with like the whole situation about storing our reserves somewhere else, because it needs to get sent over to Singapore for processing. Then it comes to us, and Singapore are prioritizing things at the moment because of their aviation requirements. And so like we might not even get the oil reserves we were supposed to get through this system. Like that seems like a dumb move, that one. A really dumb move. My dodgy WOG uncle ran a servo scam owning 2 across from each other. Why not? It's market control, market capture. So now we have to get it from China. Well, apparently China's cutting off, especially jet fuel, apparently. It's processing jet fuel and it wants to maintain its aviation industry. So it's just cutting off jet fuel distribution to everyone. Raise one. Isn't it Trump himself who told Ukraine that it should hand over its wealth and that Europe should abandon the idea of attacking Russia? And now he wants Europe to support him? Excuse me? Yeah. Yeah, it's food and drink that makes the money. Yeah. I would jump off the USD, yeah. They got that Earl now. I wouldn't jump off the USD yet. Okay, right. I wouldn't trust BRICS either. Not enough to rely on them for crucial things. We should do it at home, then trade with BRICS. Resilience. That's how you do it in a more fractured world. We're moving into a more fractured world at the moment. I think we're going to have to like factor that into our own politics, like massively. What's this? Sky News. Kill them all. What BRICS? Wait. I'm telling you, Trump and his cabinet are a death cult and they are wading into a religious crusade. And why would he care about the future he isn't going to be in, ? He is setting up his kids with half of his cabinet are old as fuck and apparently terminally ill. So why would they legislate for the future? Like, this is mental.
Is we saw the Chinese on Friday basically say that they were going to prioritise domestic consumption and stop exporting jet fuel from their refineries. And now we've had a Singaporean refinery talking about the fact that it was going to declare force majeure as well, which means that it's the contractual clause which says that they cannot supply it because there's a war going on at the moment and they cannot get the oil into their refineries. I don't think people really understand how deeply exposed Australia is. If this continues for any length of time, forget about driving your EVs, feeling smug about that down to the grocery shop, there will not be any groceries on the shelves. There will not be any planes in the sky. If we do not clear this up soon, then Australia is deeply exposed.
Yes, fuck you and your EVs, you smug bastards. You're not even going to be able to eat, so you're not going to be smug for long. Take that. assholes. We're all going to starve before fuel becomes a real problem. How do you like that? Oh, that's pretty bleak. That sucks. Yeah, but like at least I owned the snowflakes who have EVs, suckers. Hey, we're all going to starve before you can lord it over us with your fucking electric vehicles, douchebags. That's what you get. It's sad, but not wrong. Yeah. You're going to enjoy those EVs for long because we're all going to die. Oh, man. Seriously. You can't charge your EV if you're dead. How do you like that? Assholes. Oh, man. These guys, seriously. I'm tired. I'm not fully here yet. This guy's fucking draining all my energy. Let the death cults duke it out for the Northern Hemisphere. Then we should glass the area so no one gets the Holy Land. If you can't share it, then nobody gets it. Can't eat your EVs now, greedy. The lie is that it's going to be a short war when potentially it's set to expand and explode. Like Hegseth is talking about the third temple. This is madness. This is madness. This is Sparta.
When I was talking to people, deep knowledge of the industry back when we had sort of 8 refineries in this country, I said, why did they go out the back door? Why did they leave? In part, they needed to upgrade the facilities, you know, new cat crackers and other things. And it was much cheaper to do it in Asia. But it also came down to Australian labour laws. So part of the problem has been, and no one wants to talk about industrial relations anymore, but part of the problem has been that we are pricing heavy industry out of this country. We either do it at the worker level or we're doing it at the energy level, because both labour and the cost of energy are the two biggest outlays that most people...
If people don't have labour laws and get paid a living wage, we're talking about a country that has high cost of living already. If what she's complaining about here is, we don't have an oil industry because it costs too much to employ people in this country. Like, no one wants to talk about industrial relations. But let's be honest. Because Australians get paid well, because they are required to do so to be able to fucking afford to live in this country. And it's still really, really basic stuff here. She's like, if we didn't have labour laws, then we'd be able to have oil. So if you plebs just worked for slave wages instead, we'd be able to have some fucking oil. But we can't have oil because of all you greedy workers out there, hey? With your conditions and your minimum wages and your holidays, and wanting to go out and enjoy your lives. You should be working for fucking nothing so we could have oil. Hey, you stupid working class people out there expecting to get paid more than just a subsistence wage, expecting to have luxuries and having good conditions at work. If you didn't have these expectations, then maybe we could have oil. Fucking workers. They're the worst. God, what a fucking evil woman this one is.
People, or most companies, have to produce at large scale in Australia. That's part of the problem too.
Yeah, look, Australia had a settlement in the 20th century, which was that we were a high wage economy, but we were a low energy cost economy. Now in the 21st century, it appears we've decided we'll be both a high wage economy and a high energy cost economy, and that simply does not work. And the other thing that we got used to is we assumed that the settlement which came after the Second World War was the way that the world would always be, that you could do this just-in-time delivery of fuel to Australia because the supply lines would always be open. Now, if you've got any imagination at all, you should always be preparing for the worst case scenario. And we have not done that. We have allowed ourselves we've worked ourselves into this position. Generations of politicians are responsible for this. We might dodge this bullet this time, but one day we will run out of luck. So we should at least be using this crisis now to recognise the fact that 91% of the energy in this country, and it's not just electricity, it's all the energy, like the way that we drive, the way that we do manufacturing, the way that we do mining, 91% comes from coal, oil and gas, and 41% of
Yeah,
that...
he's right, but he evaded her question. Her question was like, if we didn't have labor laws in this country, we would be able to have oil. But because labor costs too much, we can't have oil. And he just didn't answer the question at all. He just went on to talking about, it's pretty stupid how we haven't planned for having good reserves in this country. Hey? Fucking douchebag. 30 days, what a joke. Streakers. Hey? What are the streakers? Is this something happening over in Twitch world that I can't see? And Dr. Nathan, what streak reached? Dr. Nathan is currently on a 95 stream streak. He's 5 away from cracking the century. I better get a marvelous when I do. Hey, marvelous. Marvelous job there. Hey, 95 streak. That's fucking crazy. And I thought you'd missed a few. Hey, yes, thanks, Credlin. 95 is a fucking crazy streak. Oh yeah, 100% he dodges that from the start. Like, how do you answer that? Like, what do you want people to be fucking miserably poor so we can have oil? That's basically what she was saying. It's the Gina Reinhardt defense. We need to start paying people $2 a day so I can compete with Africa. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. It's natural not to get oil because there is a fool ruling the strongest economy in the world, unfortunately. Yeah, apparently. That's what we're documenting here. Look at Asia. They're getting crunched. Southeast Asia is getting crunched at the moment. What is it? Bangladesh, India, Vietnam, Thailand we saw, just to name a few. And we're freaking out here as well. Yeah, the wage theory is fucked. But in the context of what he was saying was we had high wages, but we had low fuel prices. So companies were incentivized to work here because, hey, your labor costs are high, but energy costs are down. Like what she was saying was just hey, these stupid workers weren't so demanding. We could have all the oil refineries we wanted. It'd be a sea of oil refineries. Wages only rose because you broke the market and made the cost of living so high. It's a factor. It's a factor. Ultimately, this is a world war against the Americans and easy. It might be the case, hey? Wonder if it'll turn out that way.
Is liquid fuels. 9% comes from renewable energy. So if you want to deal with the way that the world is, we need to have more oil onshore in Australia.
We're looking west, obviously, to the Middle East with this conflict now, but I keep looking north to China. And this is a dress rehearsal, not just for countries like Australia to say how unprepared we are or to expose how unprepared we are, but it also shows China, who are looking as they did around the COVID issue. They're looking at how the West is reacting to this, and they can see that we are all at sea, that we haven't got the stocks that they have got, that we're all, a crisis of confidence as to whether Iran are good guys or bad guys. I mean, there is this talk that President Trump is not going to go to China as planned in April. That's in abeyance after those comments he made on Air Force One today. He's saying Iran are looking for an off-ramp. The Iranians are saying, well, we don't want to negotiate. So what does the end look like here, Chris?
Who cares? Fuck you, buddy. I don't know. Isn't the American president supposed to pass decisions to Congress for them to be carried out? I don't know how he did that. To go to war without consulting, the dumbest move any American president has made. Apparently he has 90 days. Apparently he can do this, according to certain interpretations of how this has happened, internally for America. On the world stage, this is an illegal war, but internally for Americans, he's got 90 days. He's got 90 days to put a case forward, and he can, I don't know, get Congress to finally support him in this war or not. So there's different legal hurdles, let's say, for him to jump through on this one. I'm still I'm wondering what their pitch on this one in terms of fear mongering is. I've heard an allegation made that if the fuel crisis in Australia hits a point where the regional areas are not able to get adequate fuel, then Australians will starve before having to worry about the fuel crisis. I think the insinuation is if rural Australia shuts down because of fuel shortages, then Australians won't be fed. Can you briefly describe this situation and how this allegation works? The last time Congress actually declared war was World War II. What? So like Congress didn't even get behind like the Vietnam War, North Korea War, like none of those wars. Oh, the Korean War, not the North Korean War, Vietnam. Wow, that's crazy. So they were all just special operations. That's fucking mental. How the risk works, the logic behind the claim. Australia's food system is highly fuel dependent, especially in regional areas. Farming, planting, harvesting, and irrigation runs on diesel. Food is moved long distances by road freight. Supermarkets rely on just-in-time deliveries. Regional fuel supply drops. Farmers slow to stop production. Trucks can't move food into cities. Distribution centers can't restock supermarkets. While regional fuel matters more than metro fuel, most food is produced in regional rural Australia. Cities like Sydney depend on continuous inflow, not local production. That's funny. See, when I was working in government, we were arguing about this all the time as we were spilling out like urban sprawl. We talked about urban sprawl before. Like we have rezoned all of Sydney's food bowl. All of the, like, well, not all, but a lot of the food that used to come into Sydney used to come from all the market gardens and the farms on the periphery of Sydney, which is now just been bulldozed and turned into fucking sprawling suburbs. But we used to have a food bowl there, really close, and so, like supplying the area. Now that's gone. And look at us now. Why regional fuel matters more than metro fuel. Most food is produced regionally. Cities like Sydney depend on continuous inflow. Regional fuel shortages reduce farming, fewer truck deliveries, empty shelves price. Yeah, Australia would not starve quickly, but you could see food shortages, rationing supply distributions within days to weeks. Would this impact regional food supplies areas and supermarkets before metro areas? Police actions or other backdoor authorizations? No, Vietnam was police action. Police action. Ah, the world police. It's so good, isn't it? Fucking police action. Short answer is yes. Regional areas would feel it first, but metro areas follow quickly. They rely on tier 2 distributors. Deliveries travel long distances with few backup routes. Smaller towns have limited storage capacity. Empty servers, fuel rationing, distributions. What happens in the metro areas, e.g. Sydney? Cities are supplied with tier 1 companies. Supermarkets see delay gaps. Interesting. Very interesting. Well. Yeah, regional first. It gets difficult to get some stuff out here. Interesting. Well, some people are reveling in it, hey? Aren't they? I've got to blame the working class. They're the worst. They're the worst. All right. We're going to have a quick break. I think it'll be back. Oh, if you haven't already and you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you hit the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more. If you're on Twitch, follow, etc., etc. You know the usual fucking decorum on this stream. And if you haven't hit the like button already, I'm very disappointed in you. Very, Very disappointed. All right. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. What's all these references? Someone say fuel crisis? Shame, shame, witness me. Is this like Mad Max stuff? Is that what this is? Just asking for a friend. I haven't seen it. Typical streamer, E only in it for the money. Don't shame us like that. Yeah, I will shame you if you haven't liked. If you haven't hit the like button yet. Very disappointed. Not mad, just disappointed. Somehow it hits a lot harder. For real though, it's shit times when I finally get some money in my account. And the first thought is, I can buy every grocery I need this week. LOL. Hey? Which may be short-lived. Well, apparently, yes, it's going to be short-lived as fuck because there's a fuel crisis coming. So stock up on your tinned vegetables and packets of pasta, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to need it. Yeah, it's expensive with some of the regional IGAs. There you go. My granddad worked in the first petrol station. When they became a thing, we're in a weird classification where we are considered metro for some industries, but not all. Oh, yeah, Mad Max. Interesting. All right. Enough with Credlin, representative of the trans community, as Ninja Nurse would say. Mad Max Gaming's goated. Made me respect kangaroo peoples. Oh, E, bless your cotton socks. Some of us dreamed of that V8 Interceptor. Mystery, don't doubt my wogness. I do tomato day and make pastas for storage. Interesting. Tomato day. That's not a bad idea, actually. Definitely gonna have to stock up. According to these people, the crisis is coming. And it's all Chris Bowen's fault. And industrial relations. Only we didn't have wage protections or labor protections in this country. Then we'd be set with oil. And everything would be okay again. Everything would be fine. All right. I think we had a request. Tagard, are you still here? I think you wanted to watch something specifically, like something from Chris Hedges, maybe? Damn those wages, sir. Damn your wages, sir. Something from Chris Hedges. What is it? Chris Hedges, Bill Moyers, Sacrifice Zones segment. Hedge, daddy. Oh, yeah. Let's get some hedge. Let's get some hedge in there. Let's have a little bit of... Let's divert from the fucking incessant Iran conflict to have a look at what's going on here. Chris Hedges, Bill Moyers, Sacrifice Zones. All right, let's do this. We used to make 500 to 1,000 bottles at Nonna's place. Damn! That's crazy. God, we're going to need some more bottles.
But surely those people, as you were arrested, there were people working for Goldman Sachs looking down from the windows.
They were taking pictures of
Taking pictures, laughing. Surely you don't think they would wish that outcome in Africa or anywhere else, right?
Well, it's moral fragmentation. I mean, they blind themselves to what they do all day long, and they define themselves as good human beings by other criteria because they're a good father or a good husband or because they go to church. But it is that human trait to engage in what I would have to describe as a system of evil, and yet look at it as just a job.
But are we all then, therefore, and I come back to this, aren't we all part of this system that in some way produces Pine Ridge, Immokalee, the coal fields, the inner cities, and the starving children in Africa? Aren't we all who have jobs and participate in the culture and are in the economic game? Aren't we all, in a way, as complicit as those people looking down on you from those windows at Goldman?
What he's describing there, Marxian, Marxian analysis, they call that social relations. Like everybody's related to someone else through the economy, and like they're all responsible somehow for the whole economic system, the whole system of capitalism. And so like, can you really blame the evil capitalist class that decides what happens in the economy when we're all implicated in the economy? Like we've all got jobs somewhere, we help support this mega structure somehow. Are we not all responsible for the evils of the market? Eh? Well, like technically, I guess you could say yes. Yes, we are. The economy is trades between people. If you can do the other interview as well, I love you. All right, what's the other interview? All right, and let's finish this one.
Because
complicit as those people looking down on you from those windows at Goldman Sachs?
No, because the people who actually run the commodities index are a very tiny, elite, and extremely wealthy group, and they're highly compensated. These people make hundreds of thousands, often millions of dollars a year, and most of us don't make that. And that personal enrichment, I think, is a powerful inducement to ignore their complicity in what is clearly a crime against other human beings.
But do you think what you did made any difference? Goldman Sachs hasn't changed.
Well, that doesn't matter. I did what I had to do. I did what I believed I should have done. And faith is a belief that it does make a difference, even if all of the empirical signs around you point otherwise. I think that fundamentally is what faith is about, and I'm not a very good Christian anymore, but I retain enough of my Christian heritage and my seminary training to still believe that.
What are you?
A sinner.
Welcome to the clan.
A doubter.
But you're driven by something. I mean, I talked to you when you wrote.
He didn't want to answer the question though, did he? I haven't seen Chris Hedges put on the spot like that before. Hey, what are you? Didn't want to say what type of religious denomination he is. USA 3 weeks ago. Iran is about to feel America's epic fury. USA now. NATO, please help. It's funny. It's like this is like a watershed kind of like memes like this shows like the watershed kind of working class solidarity on this issue, like the Epstein stuff. Like everybody, left or right, doesn't matter what your political affiliation is, everybody gets down with the fact that there's a bunch of PDF files that may be really running society and like controlling everything, and everybody hates it. I think this Iran war is another one of those watershed moments for working class solidarity. Right or left, everyone's making memes on like how the US is fucking up big time with the Iran situation. Everybody's getting behind it. Everybody's getting behind it. We're all complicit, but you also can't ignore degrees of complicity. Those at the top with the power to enact any change, I'd argue, are more complicit. Yeah, and like as he's saying, they're kind of really benefiting off the whole system, right? At the end of the day. And so like they're benefactors and complicit. So like why would you argue that we're all just in the boat here? We're all just as guilty as each other. Take out, oh yeah, 100%. We need to recognize our power by only stopping for a few days. We cost these companies a lot of money. But yeah, I'm a big fan of unionizing. The people forget they are the foundation of everything else. You with your working class rhetoric, I love it. Eh? The more time you spend on this stream, the more people become class conscious. Eh? Fuck the culture wars. Fuck the culture wars. You can take a left and right position on anything you want in the culture wars. But as long as we all develop our class consciousness and our power, that's all this stream is for. His dad was a pastor, so that translates to his speeches, and I think he's agnostic. Yeah, but like it definitely transfers to his speech style, doesn't it? But like, is he agnostic? I've never heard him say it, and that's why I was saying like he was put on the spot there. I haven't actually heard him say that he is like he's one thing or another. Maybe you're right then. Agnostic is the best description. What an interesting dude. Left or right, nobody likes being poor. Yes, good, good. Let the working class rage flow through you, Dilemmas. I love it. Unions are a good thing, but ultimately class collaboration is the goal. Yes, good.
It's a remarkable book. War is a force that gives us meaning. I haven't seen anyone as affected in their life after their experience as a journalist as you have been. I mean, there have been others, I just don't know them, but somehow what you're doing today goes back to what you saw and did and felt and experienced in all those years you were overseas and on the frontiers of trouble.
Well, because when you spend that long on the outer reaches of empire, you understand the cruelty of empire, what Conrad calls the horror, and the lies that we tell ourselves about what is done in our name.
It's a crazy idea. Like, remember we were talking about this before? Isn't it scary how like this war that's happening on the periphery of the empire, the periphery of the US empire at the moment, like a complete media shutdown. The Americans are threatening American or US media outlets with treason if they speak badly about the war. The Gulf states have completely clamped down. You cannot take footage and get footage out about the war. You cannot talk about it. And in Israel as well, you can't talk about the war. Like the periphery where this war is happening for the sake of America's empirical interests, you can't talk about it. And like nobody knows. Like it's being done in our name. Like what are they're doing it for humanitarian reasons. They're doing it to protect us all from nuclear war or something like that. Like all of these things are done in our name. They're protecting us poor little plebs here, protecting us from this evil Iranian regime. But like we're not allowed to know what's really going on. And so like he spends time on the periphery of the empire, seeing what's really going on there. It's fucking scary stuff, man. It boils down to allowing sociopathy to run the control mechanisms, and they are controlled by lobbying. There hasn't been much of a bottom-up system from the people for the people. We've tried, but capitalism has won too many times. Good old greed. Shh, don't think or speak, just repeat Daddy Hag's words. Spandog, I have not heard this working class rhetoric coming out of you before. I love it. I love it. It's so good. This guy talks about a lot of grassroots movements, but I don't know if he's a grifter or not. Who? Which guy? Who? Hedges? Hedges is so far from being a grifter. Like he's lost out many times, I would say. He's lost positions with the New York Times. And like he's just had to go it alone because like nobody wants to touch him. I don't think he's a grifter. I'd be very surprised if he was grifting. Sandra Horn. I don't love it at all. What don't you love? Tell me more, Sandra. Tell me what you don't love. Kneeling roses disappearing into Moses's dry mouth. Yeah. Tell me that was System of a Down. Oh my God. Oh, you were responding to something else. Oh. Hedges is based as fuck. Yeah. Hedges is based as fuck. I wonder if he would have predicted that type of terminology being used for him. Oh, you know it is. There it is. Breaking into Fort Knox. There's nothing to love about it. About what? Like working class consciousness? Understanding that we have power as the working people of the world? There's nothing to love about that? My God. What a bleak outlook. Tell me that's not what you're talking about, Sandra, please.
It's in Iraq, whether that's in Afghanistan, Yemen, Somalia, El Salvador. I mean, there's a long list. And when you come back from the outer reaches of empire, you are, and I think, you know, many combat veterans feel this who come back, you're forever alienated. And you seek to speak a very unpleasant truth about who we are, a truth that most people don't want to hear. And yet I think to hold that truth in and to remain silent and not to speak that truth destroys you. That it's better to get up and speak it, even as you correctly point out. You know that Goldman Sachs gets up, everyone at Goldman Sachs gets up the next morning and does it. I mean, this was also true as a war correspondent. I mean, the Serbs would kill. They'd block all the roads into the village. We'd walk in with our satellite phones, we'd file it. We never believed they weren't going to do it again the next day. But somehow not to chronicle it, not to take the risks to report it, was to be complicit in that killing. And I think the same kind of thought goes into what's happening here.
But do you think taking sides marginalizes your journalism? I mean, when you were being arrested, some businessman was quoted in the paper passing by and looking at those of you being carried away and said, bunch of idiots. He needs to hear what you or read what you say. Do you think he will once he knows you've taken sides?
Well, I think that in life we always have to take sides.
But I'm talking about journalists. Do journalists always have to take sides?
Yes, journalists always do take sides. You've been a journalist a long time. The idea that there's something objective and impartial is just a lie. We sell it, but I can take the same set of facts. I was a newspaper reporter for a long time, and I can spin that story one way or another. We manipulate facts. That's what we do. And I think that the really great journalists...
Not necessarily to deceive, though. Some do, I know. But
right, but we do.
We choose the facts we want to organize.
Of course, it's selective. And it's what facts we choose, how we place it, where we put the quotes. And I think the really great journalists, like the great preachers, care fundamentally about truth. And truth and news are not the same thing. And the really great reporters, and I've seen them, in all sorts of news organizations, are management headaches because they care about truth at the expense of their own career.
What do you mean truth as opposed to news?
Well, let's take...
truth as opposed to news? I like it. It's good. It's really good.
The Israeli occupation of Gaza. If I had a dinner with any Middle East correspondent who covered Gaza, none of us would have any disagreements about the Israeli behavior in Gaza, which is a collective war crime. And yet to get up and write it and say it within American society is not a career enhancer. Because there's a powerful Israeli lobby, and it's
like democracy as opposed to capitalism. Yeah, it's interesting how like people will use that word, the D word, spreading a bit of democracy, calling something democratic, and like veiling that somehow to speak about the capitalist system, but like they're not the same thing. They're not the same. They're not interchangeable, are they? At all. At all. One does not imply the other. Like capitalism does not imply democracy at all. But I think it does. But like when push comes to shove, capitalism will shed the democracy part very, very quickly. And we're seeing that in the surveillance capitalist era. Definitely.
It's a lobby that I don't think represents Israel. It represents the right wing of Israel, and you know it. But the great reporters don't care, and they're there. But large institutions like the New York Times attract huge numbers of careerists, like any other large institutions. The church, of course, being no exception. And those are the people who are willing to take moral shortcuts to promote themselves within that institution. And when somebody becomes a headache, even if they may agree with them, even if they may know that they are speaking a truth, and it puts their career in jeopardy, they will push them out or silence them. So I think that one can take sides, and Orwell becomes the kind of model for this, but one can never not tell the truth. And I've often written stories that are not particularly flattering, and there's much in this book about people in Pine Ridge or Camden, or that is not flattering. I mean, we're interviewing people that are drug addicts and this kind of stuff, and
drug
prostitutes
dealers.
And
drug dealers, prostitutes.
So we're the lie of omission is still a lie. But I don't think any foreign correspondent who covers war, whether it was in Bosnia or whether it was in Sarajevo, can be indifferent to the tremendous human suffering before them and not want that human suffering to stop.
But there is a price, as you have said, to be paid for stepping outside of the system that enabled your name and reputation and becoming a critic of that system. I mean, what price do you think you've paid?
I don't think I paid a price. I think I would have paid a price for staying in. I wouldn't have been able to live with myself. You know, I was pushed out of the New York Times because I was publicly denouncing the invasion of Iraq. And again, it comes down to that necessity to speak a truth, or at least the truth as far as you can discern it. I spent months of my life in Iraq. I know the instrument of war.
I think that's really important as well. Like in the world that we live in with the amount of propaganda that we have, like he's saying, like, you know, you need to, like what's important is speaking the truth. But like what's also important is speaking the truth as far as you can discern it. Like I don't think there is any universal truth really, especially in the world of propaganda and just blatant lies and censorship. But like if you try to hit the truth as well as you can discern it, and if you come like 6 months down the track and you realize that you were wrong, but you were trying your best to grapple with what's truly going on and what's affecting all of us, like as long as you can, as you discern it at that point, you can correct that mistake in the future and you can develop to understand the world better and like try to be more truthful about what's really going on in the future. But like you have to do it at some point. You have to make a call at some point. You have to have that hard conversation and like, you know, speak truths as much as you can discern them at any one point in time. And like you said, like pick a side, man, and like fight for something. Fight for something. Stand for something, they say, or you will fall for nothing. Or you'll fall for everything. Very interesting stuff. All this talk about the left wing of Israel or the Netanyahu opposition is disgusting to me, honestly. Any society that fully commits to genocide is wholly responsible for it. It's a wealth system. You can conflate democracy with capitalism because then you can attack the political system while retaining your wealth. At least that's why I see the conflation happening mostly. Damn, you have become radicalized in like the space of a few days, can I just say? Spend on, goddamn. Loving some of the rhetoric that you're spitting out today. The truth is a GTA lobby. He's not saying that, but he is saying that. LOL.
I understood on many ways, in all the ways, that this was going to be a disaster, including upsetting the power balance in the Middle East. It's one of the great strategic blunders of the United States. It's empowered Iran. And to remain silent would have been the price. Was it good for my career? Well, of course not, but my career was never the point. I didn't go to...
I always told you I had some wild opinions each way. Well, as long as your wild opinions are the most wild when it comes to developing our class consciousness, me and you and all of our fellow working people of the world, that's all I care about.
I didn't drive down Mount Igman into Sarajevo when it was being hit with 2,000 shells a day because it was good for my career. I went there because what was happening was a crime against humanity. And as a reporter, I wanted to be there to chronicle it.
So you don't think journalism is futile?
I think journalism is essential. I think it's essential, and we're watching its destruction. You know, journalism, the power of journalism is that it is rooted in verifiable fact. You go out as a reporter, you seek to find out what is factually correct. You cross-check it with other sources. It's sent to an editor, it's fact-checked, you put it out. That's all vanishing. That's what we're really losing with journalism. Yes, you know, commercial journalism, there were things they wouldn't write about. You know, as Schanberg says, the power of great newspapers like the Times is that at least it stopped things from getting worse. I think that's right.
But can it make things better? I mean, do you think you can accomplish more as a dissenter? And I look upon you now, when I ask you what's your faith, I think your faith is in dissent, if I may say so. It's in this far and no further. But do you think you can accomplish more as a dissenter than as a journalist?
Yeah, it's not a question that I've asked. Because the question is, what do you have to do? I certainly knew after 15 years at the New York Times that running around on national television shows denouncing the war in Iraq was, as a news reporter, was tantamount to career suicide. I mean, I was aware of that. And yet, you know, as Paul Tillich writes about, you know, institutions are always inherently demonic, including the church. And that you cannot finally serve the interests of those institutions, that for those who seek the moral life, there will always come a time in which they have to defy even institutions they care about if they are able to retain that moral core. And in essence, what, you know, the New York Times or other institutions were asking is that I muzzle myself.
But all institutions do that, don't they?
All institutions do.
Intuitively or explicitly.
That's right. And I think for those of us who care about speaking, you know, the truth, you know, or if you want to call it dissent, we are going to have to accept that is at one day there's going to probably mean a clash with the very institutions that have nurtured and supported us. And I have been nurtured and supported by these institutions.
Your columns.
Interesting chat. It's pretty raw there as well. Normally he's commanding the narrative, or he does these days. Jet B, with Trump aiming to take over Cuba because of the blackout the US caused, makes me wonder if he'll use losing the midterms as a way to take over America even more. Interesting theory. Actually, you know, well, that's next on the menu, eh? Cuba's back on the menu, boys. Gonna have to look at that. Thinking you know better because you hoard wealth like a dragon. At least in the Enlightenment era, they venerated the scientists and advancement. This is stagnation. Yes, damn right it is. Eh? Do I have to say it? Yeah, this is your line. Eh? There won't be any midterms. Eh? Say the line. Say the line. Do it, Jack. Do the thing. Very interesting. He talks about sacrifice zones. What midterms? Eh? Bam! Right in the kisser. He talked about sacrifice zones more in the other interview. Oh, yes, I'm back, baby. What'd I miss? Actually, we just watched a retro Chris Hedges just then. Retro Chris Hedges. We're about to look at Cuba. Let's have a look at Cuba. And then we got time after that. We'll have a look at some more Hedges for Tagard. Tagard the Great. All right, let's have a look. Where do we get to? Where do we start with the Cuba thing? Seriously. Trump threatens to take... Yeah, let's get a quick summary. So if you haven't heard, or you haven't been with us much this year or earlier in the year, we've been spending a bit of time looking at the whole Cuba situation. So Cuba's been under economic sanctions from the US from like their inception as a revolutionary nation. But like more recently, I guess you would say, like America ramped up its economic pressure on Cuba to get rid of the communist regime. And I think a big and massive blow to Cuba was really when Venezuela went down, because Venezuela had agreements with Cuba to help provide energy, like oil specifically, to Cuba, and like Cuba would provide personnel, like services in I don't know, in response as part of that trade. Mexico was also providing oil and energy services to Cuba as well, and Cuba was providing them with services. So like personnel, basically like security personnel, doctors, etc. And I think Trump used his political power, his political clout, to shut down Claudia Sheinbaum. So she was cut off from sending oil to Cuba under threat of tariffs, I guess. Venezuela was cut off, as we would know, because Maduro was taken out. And so like Cuba has no oil coming to it. Now, a couple of weeks ago, we watched Putin say, I'll save you. And he was going to somehow get Russian oil to Cuba. But obviously that hasn't happened, because there are reports coming out now that Cuba has hit like a few weeks ago when we were looking at this, like it was pretty dire. Like they were having so many hours a day where they could have access to power so they could, you know, cook, do stuff, charge their phones, like whatever they need to do. But like it was pretty dire. Apparently it's hit, you know, next level extremity now in Cuba. And the way that the Americans are talking about it, or like Supreme Leader Trump and the Trump regime is talking about it, is kind of just like, well, I hope they fall. I hope this completely destroys Cuba, because then we can just go in and take it. And so like, this is the plan. And this is what they were trying to do with Iran. They had Iran in the sanctions. Like, you know, earlier this year, the rial, the Iranian currency, hit like rock bottom. No one wanted to touch it. It was worthless, basically, outside of Iran. And like they're under the sanctions, nobody could do business with them and do business with the US openly. So they were crippled from that sense as well. And like they were hoping that with the economic sanctions, which were causing protests, like the Iranian people would rise up and overthrow the regime. Never happened. But like that's what they're banking on here with Cuba. So like we've been watching this develop in 2026. And like it would seem like, again, Cuba's hit like another critical point. And like, you know, they don't have electricity almost anymore. And like people are pretty fucking upset, understandably so. Like, look at Australians, the way that we're reacting right now. We might not have access to oil. And we're going to have to start rationing things out. And there's going to be people that like won't be able to find food on their shelves in the local supermarket. And we're pretty upset about that. Like, imagine being full scale sanctioned and cut off from all of your friends by someone like the US. Like, imagine what these people are going through right now. We can't even take the threat of a fuel shortage well. And these people are actually living through one, like hardcore at the moment. And so like that's where we're at. And like there's been recent developments. So I guess we're going to find out, right? Their entire energy grid has collapsed. Now they have nothing. Why didn't China sell them solar panels? China didn't care about those sanctions. Yeah, it's China's fault, isn't it? Dilemmas, eh? China could have helped them, but they didn't. So the evil people here are China. China could have helped Cuba out and they did nothing. Not the people that have actually put them under economic sanctions and crippled their economy on purpose to destabilize their government and undermine their sovereignty. No, it's the stupid fucking Chinese. Why weren't they giving them solar panels, eh? Eh? I know who's really the brain here. It's goddamn China. All right, let's do this.
Cuba is in the dark. The entire electrical grid collapsing today as the country struggles with an energy crisis, leaving millions on the island without power.
During this latest blackout, people have been spilling out to the streets here for hours. Fortunately, some cloud cover to keep them from this blistering heat.
It's been 3 months since a drop of oil has reached the country. Highways are empty because there's no gas. Women are delivering babies in dark hospitals with no electricity. Conditions are deteriorating. I sat down exclusively with Deputy Prime Minister Oscar Perez Oliva Fraga, considered by many...
This guy sounds like Shapiro. He kind of does, doesn't he? He's got that Spanish twang, though, going on there nicely.
I sat down exclusively with Deputy Prime Minister Oscar Perez Oliva Fraga, considered by many to be Cuba's economic czar. His plan to attract more foreign investors, including large companies from the United States. He says Cuba is open to having a fluid commercial relationship with U.S. companies, with Cubans residing in the United States and their descendants. This person tells me it would be a breath of fresh air. And while there are...
Is that the deputy PM? This guy's a beast. Look at him. Eh? Like Maduro. Maduro's a fucking beast.
People in the United States who legally do business with Cuba, Washington's trade embargo restricts many companies from doing authorized business there. Today, President Trump was asked about taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba, I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it.
What a relationship would look like, though, remains to be seen, particularly since Congress has to vote, and many in Congress are skeptical.
I would ask and advise any Cuban that lives here or any Cuban in exile, please don't invest in Cuba. You're wasting your time.
Today, Cuban-American activists in Miami came together to send a message.
If we don't have any change in political rights
if we don't have any political guarantees, there's no economic change that's possible.
Freedom is to be able to choose your destiny. It's about Cuban sovereignty, not about business.
And tonight, those Cubans plunged into darkness will come here along Havana's iconic seawall to not only cool off, but escape the reality of the situation.
So that's a really quick summary. They're experiencing blackouts. I wonder how extensive they are. Let's keep going, shall we? Let's dig deeper. Let's get a Democracy Now! Take on this. Alquemir. US needs to revalue their gold reserves and back up the dollar with gold again. China has been buying massive amounts of gold and silver during the last years. Interesting take. Welcome to the chat.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Cuba plunged into an island-wide blackout, leaving millions of people without power after the national electricity grid completely collapsed Monday. This was at least the third and the largest blackout to hit Cuba in just about 4 months, as the U.S. energy blockade has cut off the island from accessing desperately needed fuel. No oil shipments have reached Cuba in more than 3 months, according to the Cuban government, compounding a humanitarian crisis caused by decades of U.S. sanctions. Meanwhile, the New York Times reported Monday, Trump's negotiators told their Cuban counterparts during recent talks that Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel must be removed from power. President Trump spoke to reporters at the White House Monday.
I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be a good honor. It's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba. Listen to this guy. What a pompous fuck. It's just a big game for him, isn't it? Hey, I will have the honor of taking Cuba. He's going to roll in the dark because these people can't see what's going on because they've been cut off. You've just like surgically cut them off from their friends in the region, and you're going to have the honor of taking Cuba. Fucking hell. It's so gross. So much for the rules-based order. Am I right? Hey? He barely sounds sentient anymore.
Taking Cuba. That'd be a good honor. It's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
U.S. kills Venezuelan exports to Cuba. Cuba grid dies. U.S. How could Cuba do this? Yeah, it's obviously the evil communist regime. Hey? Obviously.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth?
Yeah. Chop it up. Throw it in an omelet. Hey, I can do whatever I want. Fucking hell.
Whether I free it, take it, or can do anything I want with it, President Trump says. For more, we're joined by two guests. In Havana, we go to Danielle Montero, Cuban journalist and producer with Belly of the Beast, an independent media outlet covering the impact of U.S. sanctions on Cuba. And in San Diego, California, we go to Sarah Kozame, assistant professor in history at University of California, San Diego, who's just returned from Cuba. Her recent piece for The Guardian headlined, "In the other U.S. target of regime change, Cuba, I saw real hardship and resilience." But Danielle, let's turn to you right now in Cuba. Talk about this largest blackout that we have seen, what it means for the people, what it means for Cuba, and what's happening.
The honor is such a weird phrase to describe it. He's looking at how history books venerate presidents, and he's getting higher future veneration that he doesn't have yet. There's a lot of that going on, isn't it? Like the honor is all mine of being the one who finally, like since the 60s we're talking about here, since the 60s, taking out this thought thorn in the American side, in its territory, defying America's power on the world stage, always incessantly there. I will have the honor of taking it out, taking care of our fucking Caribbean brothers and sisters over there. The honor will be all mine.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I mean, what's really heartbreaking about these latest blackouts that we have is that at this point, for our daily lives, it doesn't feel any, that much different from normal days. What I'm trying to say is because now fuel is coming in, I mean, blackouts have extended significantly over the past few months. Right now in Havana, which usually fares a lot better than the rest of the country, we're talking about, at least 12 hours a day. You go to the provinces, like, outside of the city where my family lives, they're getting by with 3, 4, 5 hours a day.
So they still have some power by the sounds of it. But we're talking about massive limitations on power. Like you're getting what, a few hours a day where you get access to some power. And like they experienced their biggest blackout so far just the other day. Like this is fucking. Is this what the future like looks like from many countries that aren't energy dependent? I still think, like, there's all these people that are really speculating on whether or not the Americans had any plan on this one because of the chaos that, like, closing the Strait of Hormuz has had on the world economy. Like, it's really done a number on the world economy. But, like, come on. I reckon they knew exactly what was going to happen and they did it anyway. And they're happy to throw all of these people under the bus, economies all around the world, happy to throw them under the bus, gladly, because it fucks up their adversaries. More than happy to cause everyone chaos. They do it to people all the time. They don't give a shit. So I reckon they had a plan. And they knew that this was going to happen. And they just did it anyway. We're still struggling to find out what the actual result is. But, like, they definitely knew that this would happen to the world economy. That's not part of the they didn't have a plan situation, if you ask me. They knew the strait would get shut down. They were probably banking on it.
Of course, a national blackout has tremendous impact throughout, but when I'm trying to...
He couldn't even name more than 3 Caribbean nations, and probably thinks of them is Epstein. He got pissy when he saw those flags he didn't understand during the Super Bowl. Yeah.
To convey is that because blackouts have extended so much due to the oil blockade, it doesn't feel that different. Right now, the power grid is coming back on. It usually takes them about a whole day to bring it entirely throughout the country. And authorities have said that precisely because there's less fuel, it takes them longer to bring back the grid. And of course, the consequences of this, I mean, not just the national blackout, but the oil blockade as a whole, it's tremendous. I think for the first time in my life, the sanctions feel completely unavoidable. I think you cannot find someone in Cuba that's not being affected by the current state of affairs.
And Daniel, what about the fact that even Latin American countries that have had long relations with Cuba and have progressive governments like Brazil and Mexico and are also oil exporters, that they have not stepped forward more strongly to assist Cuba with oil?
I mean, I think that just speaks to the world we're living in, right? I mean, Trump has exerted all of the pressure he can on other countries, and sadly, it has worked so far. And we're just living through the results. Of course, it saddens me as a Cuban. I suffer it every day. This is not some abstract or theoretical notion for me. We suffer it every day, and it's terrible. I mean, we're talking about. I have no other way to describe it. As sanctions are literally killing people right now. Because the conditions are so bad. And this has everything, absolutely everything to do with what the U.S. is doing to my country.
And how do you react to this announcement of the Cuban government that it will now be allowing Cuban Americans to own businesses and invest in the island?
I think that is actually a news that was rather possibly received by people in Cuba. I mean, you have to understand that over the past 15 years, the country has been progressively opening up to investment coming from the outside and also from the inside of the country. So that is actually something that that didn't necessarily surprise anyone listening to the news, and that most people have no problem with.
And what President Trump said from the Oval Office, Danielle, how it's being received in Cuba, that the U.S., that President Trump would take it or free it or whatever, but that's going to happen very soon. And the demand that the Cuban president, Diaz-Canel, must leave.
It is absolutely outrageous. I mean, we're talking about the idea.
I love that word. It's so good. It's fucking outrageous. So like old Miguel over here, the presidente in Cuba has, I guess this is just part of what Trump does. He's like, you know what? It's an evil regime, and so we're fully justified in what we're doing. So like, if we just get rid of the leader, then like, you know, potentially everything else will crumble away. But if they depose this person, then I'm willing to go into negotiations with them and stop the blockade. Which is effectively, as this guy has said, it's like killing people. Let's be honest here. They talk about worrying about a humanitarian crisis, talk about causing one, and then blaming them for the humanitarian crisis that they're in. Hey, talk about like mental gymnastics. That's some good shit right there. But like, this guy is standing by it. Like, they're living through a fucking crisis, and this guy's like, no, it's outrageous. Why does he think that he can tell us that our leader should be thrown out? Why is that a thing? Why should they tell us that? Next, they'll be flying in the middle of the night to take him out and arrest him, and so he can stand trial in New York or something like that. Like, that is outrageous behavior. Should not be accepted. I love the word outrageous. It's outrageously interesting. Yeah, I like the word interesting too, don't I? Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, it's fucking outrageous.
Idea of a negotiation or a talk between two countries cannot start with the premise of one of the parties stepping out. So if outrageous. I mean, we're talking about the idea of a negotiation or a talk between two countries cannot start with the premise of one of the parties stepping out. So if the goal was to actually come to an agreement and to actually improve the lives of the Cuban people, then that would not be the premise. But of course, this does not surprise us. We understand what this oil embargo means and what it has always met, what sanctions have always met. This is regime change through starvation. That is what they're trying to do. And right now with the oil blockade,
it's regime change through starvation. That's pretty crazy theory. You got to admit, eh? They're trying to starve them out. Fucking hell. Weird. Why send in the military? Why waste those valuable resources? We need them in Iran. Let's just starve the country out. This is fucked. This is how we do global politics these days. This is absolutely rooted, honestly.
Conditions are worse than they ever have been. So, you know, as a Cuban, as someone living here, all of my family is here, it is absolutely outrageous to listen to, you know, Donald Trump and the administration in the United States saying that they're trying to help Cuba, they're trying to liberate Cuba, because they don't articulate the price that they're asking people to pay. Sure, they're saying that they want freedom, they want democracy, they talk about all of these good things that are going to bring to the Cuban people, but they should really articulate the means to get there. The means to get there is the Cuban people suffering, is the Cuban people dying.
Have you experienced in Cuba? We have the reports of a magnitude 5.8 earthquake this morning on top of the national blackout.
I've played Age of Empires. I know how this goes.
Yes, in the east of the country, it is not very uncommon to have these quakes. Fortunately, they don't usually actually cause that much damage out there. But you know, at this point, it's just feel like, what else is going to happen? You know, I look back at, you know, in January, I found myself at home. Maduro's abduction had just happened, and the idea of an actual U.S. invasion to Cuba for the first time became very real in my head. And we happen to live very close to a military base here in Havana, and I found myself having a conversation with my wife, and basically just thinking, what room in the house do you think we would survive if they bomb? And by the end of the conversation, we're just looking at each other and going like, can you believe we're even having this conversation? And I think that's just the general feeling of being in Cuba right now with everything that's coming from Washington. What else is going to happen? When is this going to stop?
Razor, because Trump believes that he's entitled to do that only by creating these crises for America. And if that doesn't succeed, then we'll occupy any rich country with oil that has no defense against our weapons. He thinks that this method is right. Yeah. Well, what is it? Might is right. So it doesn't matter about the method, really. It just matters that you have the power to do so. And so we have arrived at politics in the 21st century. Gone are the aspirational days of post-World War II global diplomacy. We're at another point. All that matters is how powerful you are. I know that's mattered for a long time. Or you can say that it never ceased to matter. But like, at least there was the pretense of diplomacy before. For a while we had that.
Yeah, I'd like to bring in Sarah Cosima, assistant professor in history at the University of California, San Diego. Professor, you've visited Cuba over the years, particularly in the rural parts of the country. You recently returned from Cuba. Could you talk about what you saw in the conditions there?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. And I'd just like to say my experience is very consistent with what Daniel was just explaining. The East is much farther from the ports in which petroleum and food arrives. And so they have fewer resources. The situation is much harder. There have been prolonged blackouts that have lasted many hours more than they've lasted in Havana for months now, but those have gotten worse in the last few weeks. So when I was there, they were getting maybe 16 hours of blackouts and maybe twice a day, 3 hours of electricity. And within the period that I was there, it was reduced to maybe 3 hours of electricity a day. And right now it seems that people have gone at least 25 hours, 26 hours since electricity at this point.
I want to ask Danielle about the response of the Cuban people. Obviously, like we saw with Iran.
What do you reckon they do with their hospitals, though, when this shit goes down? Do you reckon they have, like, backup generators and they just have reserves for the hospitals? Like, everything else, like, you can kind of put on the back burner, I guess. You can work in agricultural sectors during the day and produce food, I guess. You can't do much industry without power. But, like, the hospitals, though? Like, do all those people in hospitals just die as a result of this? And Trump just talks about, like, he's just going to take the place over. Are there any reports of what happens to hospitals in Cuba when they have extensive and increasing blackouts? Do they use backup generators? Or are they just as affected as everybody else in the nation? Yeah, they have backup power, but yes, people die. Do use backup generators, but they're still heavily affected during the prolonged blackouts. Havana Times is the source. That's interesting. From the 16th of March. The hospitals are treated as priority infrastructure during a grid collapse. Power is diverted to hospitals where possible. Backup diesel generators kick in to keep up ICU, surgery, etc. running. The generators rely on diesel, which is also scarce. So during long outages, generators can't run continuously. Some equipment becomes unusable. fuck. That just means like when it becomes unusable. It's just like, yep. They just get rid of those people, I guess, if you know what I mean. The dinosaur juice generators save the day again. Not always, bro. Not always. They will prioritize people based on the outlook of survival, the maths of war. If you've ever heard that terminology. Ah, the maths of war. Yeah, like there is a reason collective punishment is a war crime. And like they're doing this and no one's fucking, why aren't people upset about this? Like just let them have fucking power to the hospitals. All right. If you want to fucking overthrow the economy, just let them have power to their hospitals. Frequent power outages, even inside facilities, inability to operate, disruption to dialysis, oncology, emergency care, maternal infant care from the China Daily Asia. Fuck. The red outlets in hospitals are on backup generators. Well, we went through this during COVID. You only have limited resources, so you prioritize the people who are more likely to survive. But like, we didn't have this because of power, though, did we? We were just talking about like who gets treatment first in the face of a virus. It wasn't like, oh, we can't afford to provide power to palliative care anymore, and so like, you know, it's palliative care, right? Am I right? Yeah. Izzy bombed the shit out of oncology hospitals in Gaza. Yeah. Because it was necessary, right? To get some hummus. No, but limited resources. It's all the same when it comes to power, I guess. Yeah. What Trump is doing is leading us to irreversible wars. And he might even start World War III. Expect anything from a madman involved with the Epi files. Yeah. Notice how COVID killed the flu for a while there? Weird. Yeah, they stopped caring about the flu. Is that what you mean? The flu wasn't a problem during COVID. Why is that?
You have Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, urging people to rise up in Iran. He says you can, take people to water, but you can't make them drink. President Trump was urging that. What do you see happening? Are people angrier at the United States or at the Cuban government at this point?
I think when you're hungry, your politics are, I want food. I think for the majority of people that's what they're feeling. Look, I don't see that the goal that the U.S. is trying to achieve here, which is the majority of the people rising up, that simply hasn't happened. There are minor protests, when the blackouts happen, but that's been happening for the past 5 years. That is not new. So like that change that the U.S. is hoping to achieve in Cuba is simply not happening right now. I think people are very aware of what's going on, and they're paying the price of the decisions that have been made. But they're more concerned with what do I do today, what do I eat tonight, than anything else. Because as I said, when your concerns are as pressing as those, that is the extent of your politics.
And I wanted to ask also.
Politics of I'm hungry. It's always been a massive motivational factor in significant revolutions around the world. The politics of I'm hungry, damn it. The only thing BB has been swallowing is missiles. And the only thing BB has been swallowing is missiles. Too dark. No, I don't think people are going to really be upset about jokes like that. It's not true, though. Like, if BB was truly fucking gone, we'd know about it, right? Tell me. We know about it. He just exists in AI now. He's assimilated into the Matrix. Utterly insane. Freedom for Cuba now. Cuba does not deserve all this shit just because they wanted independence. Well, like, and they had it for enough time, and like Trump's just decided to turn the screws now. Like, they were independent in the sense that, like, you know, they were still sanctioned, but like they could fucking scratch a living. But like he's just turned the screws now. Why? Because it would be an honor for him to be the guy that puts Cuba to bed. My immediate thought was how horrible it would be to keep food from spoiling without consistent electricity. This is a crime against humanity. A handful of people damaged the entire innocent population. Interesting. Yeah, shame on them for trying to fucking maintain their own sovereignty in the face of the world police. Shame on them. It's difficult because the Israeli people have been living under such a huge propaganda and indoctrination campaign that their way of thinking is warped. You guys are having a big conversation on the side. I need the fucking summary version.
Professor Cosima, this Trump claim that the leadership of Cuba must change, that he will decide, this absolute narcissism of our president, that he decides, that he's the one that makes change in every one of these countries.
Hello, says FSTGJWR. I'm not even gonna read the whole thing out. Netanyahu is dead. His videos are AI. You don't have to back this up, man. Like, because I've seen the AI videos, and like they're pretty AI. But then again, like he did come out with an announcement recently, and that one didn't look very AI. Like, do you have something else for us to work with here? Like some type of link we can look at? Like, if BB has gone, I think the world deserves to know, right? Am I right? Am I right? I'm waiting for some type of solid evidence to come forward of that. Yeah, let me find it all for you. I hope that's like legit. Like, you're not just being a smartass. Like, fucking link us away, brother. Go on. Razor, it's a painful feeling to be in your own country and not find the simplest necessities of life. Truly reminds us that we all should be grateful for what we have. Yes, it's truly degrading. Shows you how delicate the capitalist system has become as well. And how easy it is for some fucking psycho to just destroy it all in the blink of an eye. Because they want to have the honor of going down in the history books. Fuck with. The only thing I'm sus about is the coffee video. What about the one with the ring where he's talking to people and the ring disappears and stuff like that? And like there's that weird picture of him and his thumb looks crazy.
Your sense he's the one that makes change in every one of these countries. Your sense.
I reckon where they were green screened, not AI. BB is in the ballroom bunker tickling Trump's apricots. The imagery is so good.
How this is being received among the Cuban people.
Yeah, I mean, so I think it's.
This is the coffee glitch one. Let's have a look.
Fuck
you, prick. You guys see that?
לחיים. יפה מאוד. לחיים. אתה חושב של המסר לאנשים שיוצאים ומתאווררים? לצאת להתאוורר, אבל ליד...
What's the wrong with, is it the coffee just because the coffee doesn't change after he drinks it?
יפה מאוד. לחיים. אתה חושב שלמסר לאנשים שיוצאים ומתאווררים? לצאת להתאוורר, אבל ליד...
Is that why? Infinite coffee glitch. Interesting. All the conspiracy theorists are coming out now. Hey, like, that coffee doesn't change. Fucking outrageous. But that's not a green screen thing, though, is it? That's like legit AI. That's just like AI. Baby hiding in a bunker so he gets to see his Messiah rise doesn't necessarily mean he's been fragged. Interesting. Okay. I have enough caps to know that's not possible, damn it. I'm telling you people. I'm telling you people. I'm just joking. Never take me seriously. He can't actually drink coffee. Who knows? There could be some kind of frog poison in there. Ah, yeah. What channel should I send it to? What do you want to send it to? Like reaction recommendations, clips and riffs, stream chat. Yeah, might as well send it to stream chat. At the end of the day, denouncing Israel as evil or whatever is just a complete non-issue for me. Like, the problem for me is Jenny's side, not Israeli feelings. Yeah, hit us up in the stream chat. Wolves not far. All right.
It's not being received well. When I was there just a few weeks ago, I spoke to many people and I asked them straight up, like, what do you want to happen? What would you like to see? And even people who have, you know, who were vocal critics of the political system, and some who were less vocal critics of the political system, nobody agreed with what Trump was doing. None of them. And so I think, you know, Cubans are a highly educated population. They have access to the news. They understand the maneuvers. They understand the tactics. And I think right now they're feeling really blindsided. They just, you know, it was confirmed on Friday that that the government is in negotiations with the United States. And so the process of sort of like...
Oh, we got another one. Give me a second. Give me a second. This is the other AI stuff.
Make sure you're okay. Oh, the president asked me.
Like, so like the guy's face changes weirdly. And so, like, this isn't a real video of Netanyahu. And he's not that tan. Look at him. Hey? Come on. Gotta be fake. Fair enough. Shaitan. Fair enough. So, like, does that prove that he's dead? Or does it just prove that he's not making public appearances right now? Also, in the other one, the ring disappears. Yeah, I've seen that one. That was the one that Asmongold was like freaking out on just yesterday, I think, or the other day. It's like, oh my god, he's actually dead, you guys. Oh my god, and he's doing his thing. No, the artifacts in the video don't explain that. They don't explain that. The ring's gone, guys. He's dead. And most shockingly, they have 2 full tipping jars in an Israeli copying shop. They would never give a cent. Savage, bro. Fucking savage. 2 full tip jars? Outrageous. Oh my god. I honestly believe those videos are just a psyop to distract people at this point. Yeah, because it definitely jumps up conversation, doesn't it? And as long as you control the conversation, that's the main thing. Right? So even if he dies, there'll be another crazy person like him, because Is Not Rail is a group, not just one person. But if he really dies, I will hold a celebration for his death. Interesting. Ain't no way he's dead. Ravi's calling it. My spidey senses are tingling. And I'll invite you, Mr. H. Thank you. People don't really invite me to parties these days. Thank you, Razor. I hope you're cooking. You know what? I'm actually getting hungry. Integer, would it really even matter if he's dead or not? LOL. That's why they are trying to keep people talking about it. Yeah, I guess. Most Israeli polls as BB not being far enough, right? Jeez. It's not extreme enough.
Understanding and processing that was just beginning on Monday, yesterday, when this announcement happened. And I think, you know, multiple people told me with outright anger in their
It's
voice.
the military officials. Just let them retire. My God. They've kept them in service for too long. Let the military officials retire, please. If he died, they would surely use it as the greatest excuse to press the red button. They wouldn't hide it, surely. I guess. Hobo Joe, the coffee one. When he has a sip, he has the milk stash, but then it disappears. No way it disappears, does it? Let's have a look again. Let's see if it disappears. The milk stash.
יפה מאוד. לחיים, אתה חושב של המסר לאנשים שיוצאים ומתאווררים? לצאת להתאוורר, אבל ליד...
Yeah, it does. But like he just wiped his mouth, that's why. Hey, am I right? Cuban generals dead by June. Oh man, we've talked about these guys before, right? We've seen them in other videos and we're like, god damn. Diagnosis, old age. Don't worry, Trump will fly them over so they can get the royal treatment. The presidential treatment, should I say. Baby the Batman, the shadow of Baby, keeps keeping the people in fear. Oh man.
That they wouldn't allow something like this, that they would fight back. So, you know, ultimately, Cubans have fought for sovereignty many times.
The supreme treatment.
It doesn't
supreme leader treatment.
seem that they're going to just sort of lie there while this is happening again.
We just have a minute, and I want to go back to Danielle in Havana, Cuba, about this convoy that is headed to Cuba. Many groups involved, including Progressive International, Code Pink.
Oh my God, this is the thing, the convoy that's heading to Cuba. This is the one. This is the one. The Greta Thunberg is going to be in front of an oil tanker providing oil to Cuba because that's what they really need. Holy shit. I haven't heard about this in a while.
How much of a difference at this point does international solidarity mean?
I would argue that international solidarity is now more important than ever, especially coming from the United States. Because, I mean, what everyone is hearing about Cuba is this oil embargo, is how everything is so bad in the country. I mean, the idea of having people coming over and showing a different face coming from the United States and showing that you know, we can still help each other. I think this is, I would argue Cuba has needed solidarity for a while now, but it certainly needs it right now. In terms of difference it can actually make, I mean, it depends on what they bring in. We need everything that anyone can bring in at this moment. But I think the most important part is the symbolic value of having all of these people coming over and showing their support for the Cuban people to fight the narrative that's coming from the Trump administration.
Daniel Montero, I want to thank you for being with us, Cuban journalist, producer with the independent media outlet Belly of the Beast.
Yeah, good on you, mate. Good on you. Let's get a roasted New York Post trash take on this one.
I do believe I'll be the honor of having the honor of taking Cuba.
President Trump has revealed that he expects to take Cuba in some form. In what has become one of the most contentious moments in the 67 years since Fidel Castro overthrew what had been a close U.S. ally, the threatening statements from Trump also come as Cuba and the United States open talks to improve their largely adverse relationship. But why exactly would Trump want to take Cuba? Here's what you need to know.
Here's what you need to know.
After Trump recently floated a, quote, friendly takeover of the country, Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel
friendly takeover, come on,
confirmed on March 13th that his government was in talks with the U.S., which he described as being aimed at, quote, finding solutions through dialogue to the bilateral differences we have between the two nations. However, following the removal of Havana's socialist ally, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, from power, and the US and Israel's joint attack on Iran, Trump has openly mused that Cuba could be next.
So we're talking to Cuba, but we're going to do Iran before Cuba.
After his January 3rd raid on Caracas, Trump cut off discounted Venezuelan oil shipments to Cuba and threatened to impose tariffs on any country that sold oil to the island. As a result, Cuba says it has not received an oil shipment in 3 months, and the country has imposed severe energy rationing, resulting in extended power outages.
Cuba, then Greenland? It's a fucking big call, man. It's a fucking huge call. Don't you think they're too busy with Iran at the moment? Think about Greenland. Like, Cuba will just take care of itself, apparently. They got a long way to go to Greenland. So funny how, like, these things have just been so big and then they've just fallen away to nothing. Yes, you fucking forwarded it, you sick dog. Thank you. All right, this is what they're talking about. You know how they said that the support is coming? This is the flotilla. It's such a good picture of Greta Thunberg, don't you reckon? Like, it's the spitting image of her. Hey, AI killed it on this one. So there's a flotilla coming to help out, like, liberate the people of Cuba. When Greta Thunberg is on the front of it, and she's fronting an oil tanker. Who would have thought, right? That the only thing that she could have done to bring support to the people of Cuba was to front a fleet of oil tankers to save that country. It's a weird contradiction. But like, this is the type of stuff. This is what it takes in the modern world. It's full of weird juxtapositions and crazy paradoxes. But in order to save the people of Cuba, Greta Thunberg must move across the ocean on an oil tanker to save the people. It's so good. It's the best AI generation of the year, for sure. I'm calling it hands down, ladies and gentlemen. Hands down. So good. Greta. Ahead of a oil tanker fleet. Such a good image. She looks so tiny and cute, like I could put her in my pocket. Greenland is a big ask to distract, but why not though? Am I right? What did you write before though? I missed something. As a woman, I cannot tell you how unsettling it is here. It is to hear him say that sentence like that, so casually, so flippantly. I'll take it. Yep, I'll take what I want. And we've encouraged it too. Many of us out there, regardless of gender, though, have met men like that. Dead shark eyes, so flippantly talk about taking what they want. It's just gross behavior. Whenever someone's rude to me, I can open my little Greta pocket and it scolds them with, "How dare you?" So good. How dare you? How dare you? I love it.
Much of its economy has ground to a halt, and on March 16th, Cuba's electric grid collapsed, leaving the country of 10 million people without power. According to several Cuba experts and Cuban-American lawmakers, the island's communist government has never been in a weaker state.
I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know?
I can take it. I can do whatever I want with it. You know what I'm saying? Tell me this is a fucking, oh my God, yes. This one is hilarious. This one has got to be one of my favorite of all time, right? Am I right? Fuck, I love this one. Free to bed.
I'll take it. Hello, China. I have something you may want, but it's going to cost you. That's right. All the tea.
That's so good. Hey, China. I got some.
Hello, China. I have something you may want, but it's going to cost you. That's right. All the tea.
It's so good. That's right. All the tea. Imagine if diplomacy was that easy. Hey, free Tibet, I'll take it. Hey, China, I got something you want. Oh, man, it's so good. It's so good. I got to finish the stream early today. I do apologize. But yeah, I've got to leave it there. So we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. You know how to find us, etc., etc., etc. And if you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, I'm not disappointed at this stage. I'm just, I'm beside myself. But like, hit the like button if you're new here. Subscribe for more. If you're on Twitch, make sure you you follow for more if you haven't already. And we just hit the 1,000 messages today with Restream Chat. Thank you, everybody. If you've been watching this after the fact, thank you so much. If you're lurking today, thank you. If you've been interacting and being able to comment, thank you very much. Jag, 4AS, Dilemmas, Spandon, Claris, Remag, Ravy Baby, Jet B in the house today. Good to have you. We had a couple of newbies, I think, come into the stream chat, but they didn't say much. Who else have I got here today? There's been some intense conversations happening on the side, so I hope you guys have all had a good discussion. Robust Razor in the house. What else have I missed here? Taygard, keeping the stream alive with some interesting suggestions today. Woozer was in the house earlier. Not sure if you're still around, but thank you for interacting. What else have I missed? Anyway, Hobo Joe hanging out. Jordan was in here earlier too. Keeping it down. I think I've got most people. Integer, KK. Oh yeah. Thank you very much. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, usual time. And until then, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. Catch you on the morrow.